Welcome in, everyone, to another episode of Lancescurv. Yes, we're doing it a different way tonight. I think Saturday nights is a good time to do it, or do a show, rather, that kind of picks up on what happened during the week in a free flow kind of style that goes anywhere. Like we used to do way back many, many years ago. What was it like? 2011, 2012, 2013, when we were doing those shows. And everything grew so fast from doing it that way. So there may not be many people who want to come on tonight since this is the first one. So I'm going to rant a little bit, put it out there, and we'll see how it goes. But I think Saturday night will be better than just a rigid topic because there's so many things going on in the world that are not really show worthy, where you're going to dedicate a whole hour or two to it. So I had to make a banner, so I put up a few things, but that's not just going to be the topic. We're going to see where this goes, because anything goes. So I'm going to open up the comment section just to see who is there, and we'll rock like that. So just know that you'll be silenced ahead of time, and thank God for that button. But anyway, let me jump into the comment section here, and I'm just going to start off. On a few random links, and actually I'm not in the studio. I'm doing it relaxed this time. I'm actually in the bed. I need my rest. So it's a relaxed atmosphere, looking over the mountains out these windows and just chilling and talking. And when you can, Wise Man 91, peace, love and respect. Let me know if the sound goes out or the sound needs any adjusting, but I think I got it right this time. The weather's good out here and it's just so relaxing. So I'm going to pick one of these from the background. And, there's that picture of Hulk Hogan meeting Jesus. And he found out that Jesus is black. Tracy J, good evening. Glad you're here. If at any point you want to come in, just let me know and I'll put the link out there. Landon Price, good evening to you. Also, always there. Thank you all for being there. Yeah. But, this whole thing, elaborate more on the Freemasons. You want to do it or you want me to do it? I would take care of these little pictures at the back, and I'll definitely do that with what I know, because it's a lot of mystery with that. But if you want to, you can do that. If you want to call on in, I give you the link, we can do that. I have no problem with that. But yeah, when we have religion and we have segregation and racism, I never understood the logic in that. Where coming up through slavery, going into the early 20th century and coming into the 1930s and 40s, you had segregated houses of worship, right? Like, you can say you believe in the same Jesus, but you can't go to the white church. And really and truly, if you can't go there, why would you want to go there anyway? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go where I'm not invited. I don't want to go where I'm hated. I stay away. So take your hate and throw it somewhere else. I don't want to be with you. That's the best way I've learned to deal, But Hulk Hogan got caught with that racist rant. Somehow it was years ago. And he was letting everybody know how he felt. But he thought it was private, but it somehow got out there. The exact story, I'll probably put a link in the down below description. So that kind of killed it for him. Because everybody was rocking with him. Well, they heard that. And see, this is the thing. You can't be shocked. Yeah, they're still mostly segregated. Exactly. But what Jesus are you praying to? Which one is the real one? You claim to know Jesus and worship Jesus, but you still bring that other stuff in there. That never makes sense to me. That made me not, I would never want to go to one of those churches. Growing up, and they're looking at you all funny and giving you the Colgate smile, but in real life, they're hating you on the job. They're hating you. Just you're in the supermarket, you're in the store. They're giving these looks. So all that's a bunch of malarkey to me. To me, it is, because if you can't get over that part and you say it's about one love and we're one people, which I know we're different. We're definitely different. We're not the same. They're not like us. They're not like us. You know what I mean? So that's the way I feel about it. So I'm better off. I don't want to try to convince anybody to accept me. Why am I begging somebody to accept me? Why am I begging somebody to come? Oh, please accept me. No, your creator made you. Your creator is the ultimate uh, uh, experience with acceptance. So you're telling me that your creator didn't make me because you reject me. So look at Hulk Hogan. I don't know if he had any religious beliefs or spiritual beliefs, but that's a picture that's floating around on the internet. And I'm trying to get another link for it after the show's over. So if anybody wants to share it, right? So I'm just going to move along with these in the background pretty quick. We already covered Malcolm and Jamal Warner on the other side. And what I wanted to say about that on the extra level was that, and I was speaking with Sister J, and we were speaking about, not on Tracy J. He, but Sister J, I call her, um, about how with many threatening Black celebrities who are threats, not that they're threatening anybody, I shouldn't have said it that way, but they always transition with an air of mystery around them. You know what I mean? Like, I'll just pick four. Okay, the Notorious B.I.G. was a rapper, right? And at that time, he wasn't somebody who was on a political level, right? Tupac Shakur, he was getting there. He was speaking about the world the way it was, and he made some songs that asked some questions. You could see where he was going, his trajectory, right? You see Malcolm Jamal Warner. We already know that he was pro-Black and he wasn't going for it. He lived clean, right? Michael Jackson, I believe he was compromised earlier on, and he woke up to it, who he was associated with, right? And it's always this mystery when those who appear to be going in a direction and they say, you know what, we got to chop him. Theoretically, I'm saying this. We got to chop them down before they completely wake up. Because the way I see it is that your fame that they feel, and I'm saying the powers that be and the shadow people, I can't name names, not that I can't, I don't know the names, but we see we see the rhythm. There's no way you're going to use the fame that we afforded you and invested in you, and you're going to turn on us and run with it and tell the truth about things. So if you seem like you're that kind of person, they're going to pull the strings. But if you get to the point of fame where you're world known, renowned, and it seems like you can cause a revolution. Thank you so much. Let me adjust the screen. Yes, wise man. Much love and appreciation for sure. Okay, let me drop the link in. Let me get this link. Since I'm operating through the phone, got to be careful what I hit. I'm already hitting some of the wrong buttons anyway, right? Okay, let's see what's going on here. That's not it. This one here. Hold on. Okay, and anybody else who wants to come on in, feel free. Here's a link, but I'm gonna finish these points that I want to make before we go off anywhere else. Okay. There's a link to come on in. I just have to clear the screen up. It's gonna pop in soon. I'm charging up this phone at the same time. Why can't I see? Okay, let's see. What am I shooting up here? Sweet Berry. Yes, much love and appreciation. Seeing this thing is tight on the phone. It's not like the computer. All right. Like I said, it's just that way. It's a pattern. They're not going to allow you to take the fame that they afforded you and all of a sudden, like, go off and just be this revolutionary and the world knows you. Michael Jackson, from 5 years old, was performing all the way up. We're talking about a man who had a reach. If you think about it, from way back, let's just say, I remember the early 70s, you know, Jackson 5. I remember Right On Magazine, they always had them in there, and they had it going on from then. From back then, they were old people who knew the Jackson 5, right? Okay, let me see how to let you in here. Okay. Let me see. Add to stage. Wise man, let me hear your voice. If you're here, I'll open it up for you.
You hear me?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, brother. Just give me a minute or so to finish up this point.
Yes,
And we're
sir.
just going to flow wherever it goes. These will be quick. But that's the main point of what I wanted to say with that. And they're heavily guarded with who they afford fame now with, because they make sure you're locked in. And there's always got to be some air of mystery where it's not a clear-cut thing. That Black people who have this range of fame, they just never die. Just never die where it's like clean cut. There's always stuff coming up afterwards, like, okay, you know, who did this? And of course, we know that we have people who are always looking for a conspiracy. But in this day and time, with what we've seen, we need to look for that. We need to look for that. We need to cross every T and dot every I. And time is moving on fast, y'all. Michael Jackson passed on a while ago. Tupac a while ago. You know, Notorious B.I.G., he had this thing about him and his charisma. I think it was quite possible that he would have gotten, he wasn't going to stay mainstream and get older. He would have started speaking about things he saw, injustices, and they want to snuff us out. And whenever they allow anyone to get to a certain point, they're hook, line, and sinker, controlled. Look for that. It's been going on forever. We just don't seem to see it. And here they come with another star that they can control, that's engineered, and it creeps up on us. And the pattern continues. And independent stars and artists, they never get in, as good as they may be. Big shout out and rest in power to Daddy Lumba from Ghana. He's an artist, legendary, made one of my favorite Ghanaian songs, Teresa, and the rest is in the tree. So I don't know. I love that song. It's an old school song. Everybody out here knows it. And it gave me a feel when I came out here. It just gave me a good feel. And I play that song every day. He passed away today, hours ago, you know. Oh, but of course, Tracy. Yeah, big into it. They would have had several documentaries. Seriously. The other one, Serena Williams. Those two pictures of the females on the banner, that's her. Of course, it's her in the middle. But what happened to her in the next photo? Like, what is going on in her head? She lost all that weight. What was wrong with her? She was a powerhouse on the tennis court. She married that dude that runs, what is it now? Quora? Is it Quora? No. Reddit. I like Quora. Go to Quora sometime and pick a topic to talk about. You can put in things they've already been talking about. Very intellectual. You learn a lot there. Quora, Quora. And it's an app, but you can just go on there. You'll never be bored with that. You'll always learn something interesting. To me, it's better than just mindlessly going through YouTube or Facebook. You can learn things. It keeps me on my toes. Oh, you like Quora too? Oh, all right. There you go. That's right. I love it too. And Gifty is here. Gifty Sine. You know? Oh, with Serena. I don't think so. I've seen it several places. I didn't see anybody deny that that's her. It's been a while, a couple of months that photo's been out, I believe. And all I'm saying is that using her as an example, whether this is AI or not, she's a superstar, legendary. Yes, she's lighter. Yeah, you can see she's lighter. She's made a crap load of money. Like, okay, check it out. Most of us would love to have the money she has. Not that it's a money lust thing. Not that it brings you happiness, obviously. But we'd love to have that money. And then some people would love to have the fame too. Some people wouldn't want it. And then you go now, you lighten up your skin like this, because I guess you can find the best people to go to lighten up your skin. And when you look at how she was raised by a strong father, you know, and I believe it was Compton, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, he protected her and her sister Venus, raised them up, you know, got them into the sport and guided them. And they already had this stuff on their own. We're talking about Serena. Why does she want to be, let's just say it, why does she want to be white girl skinny when she was healthy, right? Look at her in her top form. She had more weight on, obviously muscle, trained, balanced. She wasn't huffing and puffing. She was in shape. Mania. We got to catch up. We got to do some stuff together. Yes, indeed. You see that? Amania said, I love how she doesn't stand up for girls and women's sports and women's spaces. What she say here now? I'm on the phone right now, so it's like we're a little delicate. What happened? Exactly. Exactly. And make sure to go to Amania's page, her YouTube page. She's a dynamo. And you're going to love her. And we're going to do something soon. I've been very irregular because all the other things we've been doing, but we're going to change that. Yep. White girl skinny. Yep. She just downgraded herself, Tracy J says. She made her money dark skin with more weight. Exactly. And Gifty says she wants what we all want, love and acceptance. And indeed. But what I'm asking is, that's right, the conservative poet. That's where you have to go. Thank you. I was going to say to the mania. Go to that YouTube page and subscribe. A lot of content, and it's right on point. And Gifty says, we can also talk about the pressure from society. Yeah, us to be white and skinny. After all her accomplishments, look at what she goes and does. And look at her now in this photo. Right? What's the void that didn't happen overnight? Her psyche, her mind. And let's bring this back a little bit. This is not all Black women, but it's many. Giant Games, welcome on in. Welcome on in. But it's many Black women. And many women overall have issues sometimes with, let's talk about the sisters. Like, all Black women don't have it, but many do. They feel they're not enough. And us brothers got to love on them and try to understand them, because trauma comes in so many forms, and we got to try to understand it. And really, for her to get to this age and level of success and this stuff start coming out means that it was dormant and already there. So we have to understand, like, with the brothers, with the voids that they have inside of them, and the sisters that have their voids also. Like, what activated it to come out like this? So we do have mental, emotional, and spiritual issues. Again, I'm not saying all Black women, because the Black men have it too. And why wouldn't we have it coming up in this society that's so wicked and twisted and so anti-us? And we get so used to the anti-us that even when we're in a situation where it's not happening, dealing with other people, our guards are up. We have to live a little different. We We have to understand and be understood. I'm out here in Ghana. It has its issues, different culture, and you have to adjust. But one thing, my guard is not up like that, even though old Scurv always has it. I've been living in America so long, my guard is always up. But it's not like I have to be watching over my shoulder like I used to in the United States. For people who try you and try to get stuff out of you. But what I'm saying is like, why? You got money, and money's not the cure-all. You know? Exactly, Tracy J. 50 Cent said, I struggled most of my youth trying to look like mainstream society said. We have to look like to be loved. Money and career success, which is external, does not give us self-love, which is internal. I agree. I agree. I agree. And we go running on to try to get something else, thinking that something else external is going to heal us from the inside. Now, let's move on to the other one before we chop it up and have our brother come on in because he's patiently waiting. Dr. Umar Johnson. Dr. Umar Johnson. What a disappointment. And there are still people who are donating money to him, and he can't handle, obviously, the money he gets. When he first came out, I always defended him. I'm talking about a long time ago. Long before he started that saying things 3 times, and he had his nice little suit on and stuff, and he was very polite. But now, the ego, now the narcissist, now he's getting high off of his own fame. And it just doesn't seem like he can handle that money. But he could have gotten people to help him with the project. It just seems as though he's very stubborn, and he refused to bring in people that knew what they were doing. And I believe he mismanaged that money. I don't know if you know about Leonard Honor. That's his whole channel is Umar Johnson. But he brings facts. And I don't really watch him all the time because he does very long videos. But his whole thing is Umar Johnson. And he's respectable in doing it, even though he makes fun of him a little bit. But the thing is, he's exposing him for who he is. Was he this way before? Maybe. Maybe he evolved into this persona. But he's getting high off of his own press. And I can see it, that he can't control himself around the women. Now, lots of times now, he doesn't even try to hide it. It's very disrespectful. You call yourself a person who has a vision, but you're still putting out this filthy stuff of what you're doing. Have some pride. We all are sexual beings. But for what you're trying to represent, that's out of place. If Malcolm X had a YouTube page back in the day, if they had YouTube back in the day or social media, do you think he would be talking that way? Even though he was married and had kids, but I'm just saying, theoretically, do you think he would be talking that way? Even when they say that they have proof that Martin Luther King was doing this thing with the white women and all these other women, he never got up there and talked about it. In the most recent episode, which I'm not going to just rehash trash, but I have to talk about it, it's blowing up. And he still got the nerve to ask for money after he says that they locked up his bank accounts. Then all that money you got, even if you spent a little for yourself, even though you're traveling and supposedly getting money to speak, like, how do you make the bottom fall out when you got so much over the years? And yes, I'm going to compare myself to him. Not unless I'm not trying to say I'm some doctor, I know anything. Only in the mere fact that I took middle-class money and built this house. So you're taking millions and you can't purchase a school and do right by it? I'm a little guy. I'm on a restricted income now. I have it coming regular because I'm 62 and I did what I had to do. I got to budget myself still. But I accomplished something out here. You're in America and you have all this fame and money and you're messing up like this. You see what I mean? Come on now. And the times out here, the things got tight. Still got more to do. But I'm over the hump. Me and Mrs. Scurv are over the hump. And we ain't complaining. Because we have work ethic. And those of you who know the inner circle, or in the inner circle, who know, some of you are here. You know the struggles we had to go through. So if I can do it as a little guy, meaning that I'm no less than him, but he's public, he's got the fame, he's traveling all over the world. Come on, man. And it seemed like you more worried about your mocha chocolate and your honeydew sisters and the dark chocolate and the vanilla sisters. And where are my voluptuous sisters at? And where are my slim sisters at? I'm going to South Africa. I need to meet up and get some South African cooking. I need a beautiful sister. All you doing is going around and spreading your seed, man. Now, I'm not mad at you. You're a single dude, supposedly. But you want all this money and you can't take care of your mother right? You don't even know your children. You ain't taking care of them. 2 baby mamas or whatever. You couldn't find one to marry. But you entered her and released in her. And you have all this knowledge. The black woman's vagina needs to be respected. Well, why are you going all over the world disrespecting them? You see? Exactly. And I held my tongue for a long time because for a very long time, I don't have as big a channel as I used to, but I still have a name and I still have connections. I heard a lot of things that I would not repeat. Rightly so. Welcome on in, my beautiful sister. Yes, indeed. I mean, that little clip that I dropped on a short, when the woman said that what Dr. Umar made her do, she wanted to do it anyway. That's me saying it because I talked to her for a long time. But she had issues, mental issues. She had a stroke. She was done wrong by the IRS. And that was 8 years ago. And I've been hearing things from the last 10 years. And before that, I even defended him on a long video many years ago when I was living in Orlando. And he found it and he even put it up on his Twitter page for a day. He doesn't do that. He would send me text messages and different things at different events in the Florida area. I went to one on the West Coast out there around Tampa. He saw me, turned his back. I was like, why you doing that, brother? I know you know who I am. I ain't got no problem with you. I was supporting them. I never gave money, but I mean, I was like, but when I start to see things, I'm like, And there's still people who, against all odds, he can con. There's other rumors too. I won't spread them, but maybe one day if it comes out, I'll talk about it here. But that goes to show you that us as a people, lots of times we're looking for our savior on an external level. We can have people who are leaders in certain areas of expertise and they motivate us, but we got to look for the savior inside of us, connected to the creator. We're always looking for the external and they come talking slick, like some of these slick pastors, some of these slick con men. And sometimes we know that we're getting jobs, but we're still hoping that this is a real one. But we might not ever have any more Malcolm X's. I hope and I feel that President Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, he's the real thing. But he's doing what he has to do. Of course, he has a whole country behind him and the finances involved. But look how he's cleaning everything up, debt-free. If Dr. Umar was the real thing as much as he yaps his mouth, imagine him and Ibrahim Traore connect up and Umar does some stuff out there, and Ibrahim Traore gives them the funds to do stuff out in America. You can't be a one-man show and you're a leader, so-called, or people call you that. You have to be transparent. All that money that they gave him, I would have it where it's publicly accessible regularly, where people can see how much and what came in. And you look and say, okay, this was given on July 28th at 2:00 in the afternoon. That might be my $20 that I gave. But you can see it. And if he has to pull from that because of what he does, say, listen, this is what I did with this. But the most requested speaker, and I'm hearing ego, y'all. When you put in the work on something, it's about the work. It's the joy of the process. It should not be about ego. I did this and I did that. There's a lot of I things I can say about myself, and I'm quite sure many people here can say it, but if you're about the work, you want to push the work. You ain't gonna push the ego, and then you get in trouble with this woman, and you diss her like that, and she comes down. You call a live one. Maybe she is a little crazy, but she's telling it right on back. She's not backing down, or she's intimidated. And then you go on a live talking about, the Shango stick, and she wants to polish this off, and it spoke about how bad she smelled, which I don't believe. Because if she smelled that bad and you were dealing with her on that level, why'd you go back? Now, I don't care about the details, whether he went downtown or not, but, she never said nothing about that. But he will use you for that, just like that clip. And on Instagram, somebody ragged me for putting it out there. Oh, I had so much respect for you. How could you go against the brother? I didn't put you in that position. Welcome on in, Willie Rivers. Like I said, I'm on the phone right now, so I don't see the chat room as good. But you're putting this stuff out. You're disgraced that way. I lost all respect for you, man. And in my lifetime, I ain't been perfect, but there's certain things I do, I'm damn sure I ain't going to do. And I have more freedom because I don't claim to be anybody's leader. He went back multiple times. Well, yes, he did. So he must have liked what he, you know what I mean? What he received. You're going to turn around and trash the woman. So ladies out there who will knock me for saying this, why are you talking about Dr. Umar? Because you know what? If you don't do what he says, he'll trash you. He'll trash you. Just like the lady who reached out to me on that little clip that you hear, the full interview is on SoundCloud. And I think on that particular short, I put the links so you can, it wasn't about him, right? The lady's in a wheelchair. She has a stroke. She has mental issues and she admits it. She has lapses in her memory, drooling down the side of her mouth. I'm not making fun of her. I'm just telling you what she told me, and she said it on the show. And she's still a very sweet woman, right? So she has a son, and the son was amazed at how she can connect with different people, like Professor Griff and then Dr. Umar. And he came over her house. And she had a story to tell him that he can add into what he knows about certain things and help other people. And he came there under that premise, and I'm going to end it after this. And so at first, he did his little bit of talking, and he talked her into doing that. But I will say she was starstruck, and she wanted to do it. She wanted to do it. I got my ways of saying, but she wanted to do it. And she was easy to take advantage of. I could sense that also. But you don't have to take advantage of a person like that, man. Whether she's in a wheelchair or not. And you heard her. Dr. Umar, he didn't want to talk about my story. He wanted to do what he wanted to do. And after I did that for him, he didn't want to talk no more. And he left. That's on that level, that's cruel. Don't do that. That's wrong. What can I say? Brother, you still there with me?
I'm still here.
Okay, man, come on in. Let's free flow. And I forgot to bring something up here to drink because I'm on the top floor. I gotta go over. I'll keep talking.
Yeah,
My lips
go
are
get
getting
your no,
dry.
go get your drink, man. I got me a little drink right now too.
Okay, well, I don't want it to be dead air, so if you can
I'll
hold
say
the line
something.
down.
I can
Okay,
hold
it's
it
only
down
gonna
to
take
talk about.
yeah,
Mhm.
it's only gonna take me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Keep talking,
All
brother.
right. Okay, bro.
Because
Well,
I don't want to bring the phone down
I'm
and
gonna
all
be
this
careful
concrete.
what I say, so I'm not gonna really speak on the Dr. Umar Johnson subject too much, but I'm gonna be careful with what
Yeah,
I say and keep it appropriate.
okay. I'm coming right back. I'm coming right back.
Okay. Hey, peace, everybody. This is Brother Wise Man. I've been a guest on Brothers Lance channel about 3 times already. This is like my 4th time. And I support Brother Lance in his endeavors and his relocation in Ghana, which is a big move for most people in the world in general. I mean, relocating from the States, from what we call a developed country to a developing country. So I appreciate that. But to elaborate on what Brother Lance was saying about Dr. Umar Johnson, I'm a big Dr. Umar Johnson fan, and I still listen to his older material. But recently, currently, I'm not the biggest supporter of Brother Umar Johnson. I think Brother Umar ventured off too much. I think he gave into the celebrity worship. He gave into the celebrity image, and he removed himself from the grassroots movement. Not entirely. I believe he still relies on his principles, but he's not as committed nor as visionary as he used to be. I feel that he, as I said before, given to the image, and as he was more grounded back then, he was more serious. But when money starts coming into your space, when women start coming into your space, it could change a man. Like brother, like a while ago, like last year, I forgot the brother's name. He's in Thailand. We were talking about the fitness. He's a bodybuilder, but he mentioned that how I think at first brother Umar was grounded, he was serious, and he had a commitment, but that commitment faded when women and the popularity came into sector, and he changed up. So I still listen to his older information. I take everything with a grain of salt, as we all should. But I backed off of him and I don't get involved in his drama. And it's sad what the brother's doing to his sister. I don't know how it started. I didn't really research into it, but it's not appropriate for a man to post the sexual images of a woman of her behind her 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 draws online. And there's a few other things Warren Johnson did that I didn't agree with. That was inappropriate. He
Exactly.
um, yeah, you see, and like there's some things he did. I don't want to say call him this, but it was a tad bit creepy. Like, he posted up LeBron James' son with his prom date. Let that young man be. What are you doing? That's somebody's
Right.
child. That's weird. When I saw that, I unsubscribed from him. I didn't follow him. I unfollowed him. I was like, why are you doing that? Why are you worried about who that young man? He's 17, 18 years old, taking a young woman to prom. So what?
Right.
And my problem
Right.
is the brother too. He would say sexual stuff. Now you are an educated, supposedly an educated person who went to university, who is a PhD, which is a very serious degree. You are once a
Right.
principal, an educator, teacher. You know about inappropriate behavior around children. You are
Exactly.
probably right now blacklisted from even working in a school. They see that crap online. They're like, "You think we're gonna hire you at our school? You are talking about shango sticks, fellatio, it's
For
sexual.
real.
You are not. We are not gonna. I would not hire that man. To hell with your excuse language, but to hell with your African, Pan African crap and Africa this and black woman this and I don't care. You have common sense and know that is not professional. You sound like
That's
a
right.
nut. So no. I wouldn't respect that man. I lost a lot of respect for him. Do I still to some older information? Yeah, it's older stuff. Pre 2015. Because I'll be honest, in my personal opinion, 2015, when that beef with him and Tariq Nasheed and the other guys and Professor Griff, that's when he went crazy. In my opinion, I think that's when he just
Right.
ventured off and he just went.
And Boyce Watkins. Boyce Watkins was in all of
Yes.
that. Tariq Nasheed, Boyce Watkins. Exactly.
And that fool, what's that dude was signing that? I forgot his name. He was like some crip, and he started calling him a B word, and you a light skin wannabe mother effer, and I'm like, it was crazy. I'm like, what are you
I
doing?
remember that. I
That
remember that.
was, and so it's just, but my problem with Umar Johnson is here's my thing, and this is gonna be the nail in the coffin. I donated to him back pre 2015. He made a video
Hmm.
saying, "Now I was watching GoFundMe. They shut down his GoFundMe because he got a lot of complaints. He might have been lying about that. I think he was lying about that. I think he pulled it off, and I think he took it down, and he was okay with the money he made. My thing is this: you're so into Africa, right? You've been to Africa. There's videos of him actually being in Ghana, Nigeria. You've been to Africa. You know the power of the U.S. dollar. You know
That's right.
$1 is like how many in West African currency? Or you could have went
In
to
Ghana,
South
it was
Africa in
1%.
Ghana.
It was worse than
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah. So you could have took your $700,000. You could have took just $100,000. Went to
Right.
Ghana, Nigeria. You could have went to Benin. You could have went to Togo. You could have went to Gambia. You could have got property super dirt cheap, bought it, leased it
Oh
because
man.
you know in Africa you don't really
Yes.
buy the land. You lease it, right? So you could have done a
Right.
100-year lease. You could have paid off
Right.
some people like the Chinese people do, like you call those people the Lebanese do. They pay off the politicians because Africa is corrupt. I know African politics. I talk to Africans. I study.
Yes.
He knows the
Yes.
game. He's not that stupid. You could have went to
Right.
Africa, $100,000, bought your school, big on campus. You know, you could have hired them workers, put them bros to work in Africa, and you could have started teaching them young African kids. And guess what? Because now we have an exodus of African Americans coming to Ghana and Africa and moving there and living there. You know,
Right.
you would have had a great population of African American children, and that's African Americans, but African Europe, African South African babies. I mean, you could have had all this. You could have went to Africa and really just, you know, just bigged up. You could have just been balling. You could have got the bag. So why would you go buy a school in America? No one be expensive. No, you don't have the what do you call that? The cash flow. Basic business,
Right.
accounting. You don't understand accounting. I study accounting. I took classes on accounting. You know, you don't understand basic accounting. You need to go open a book. You need to go take some accounting classes. You need to have some common sense. What do you say about that, Lance? Elaborate.
Okay, put it this way. I'm going to always speak in analogies. If you're a heart doctor, it's easier than a person who is not schooled as a doctor and not educated as a doctor to learn a different part of the body in its depths because the human body overlaps, meaning that if you're a heart doctor, it's not just the heart you study. Of course, you have to study the circulatory system, the nervous system, and have a basic knowledge of those other systems that the heart's connected to. So if you are a person who has some knowledge or education, then you know there's a procedure to learn, meaning that you have to start from the basics. Number one, you have to get somebody to help you. You have to go to school for it or get somebody that you know knows their stuff and will tell you the basics, right? Because, like, okay, most of us, we're not going to have problems with our lungs or problems with our heart and then go to school to learn about the heart so we can treat ourselves. There are people who went to school and they're specialists, and when we pay them money to help us, it's because they know. We don't have enough time to learn these things. So he should be smart enough to know that. But the ego jumps in, and he did not get people to help guide him because he wanted to be stubborn to do all of these things himself and hold on to more money. You got to spend money, buddy. You got to spend money when you get into a certain position, and you're prostituting the dreams of generations of people. I mean, the way he framed everything and got people to give him money. Now you're on the Breakfast Club several times. That legitimized him. You're on different TV programs. You're all over the internet every single day. I mean, I know I am, but look, I'm retired. I got time, and I'm still busy because my stuff is still not done. So what I'm saying is that he should have had the sense to know that there's a process, that there's a way of going about this step by step. And again, you can ask for help as far as the intellectual. Listen, I need guidance in accounting. I need to have a Zoom call with several of you, and I want to choose several of you to help me with this because this is not my area of expertise. But you got to be humble to come that way, right? What if he was building a structure? Is he going to tell the people who are building it how to do it? Even if you have a basic knowledge of it, let the people who know what they're doing do what they do. And he would have been better off with that money. Look, I'm not going to lie. I ain't putting myself out there as some scholar, but I bet you if I had that same money he had and put out there that there's a dream that I'm going to build up a school, I would have had 4 or 5 of them off that same money. Yes, I would have. Maybe 2 or 3. But it wouldn't have been something where every year after year, I mean, really, he was getting donations before 2015 or around that time. Let's just say 2015. Yo, this is 2025.
He
So we're
has a
talking
million
about
dollars.
he's more than that. More than that.
More than that.
More than that. Way more than that. Mad Guns Forever. Welcome on in. More than that. And then he had to play the taxes, and he got cash in hand lots of times, and he's prostituting the hope that some of our sisters have in him, and they hear him talking. And when you're charismatic, people admire you as a man. There are women out there who are you're gonna melt their hearts. This is a real man. They know now a lot better, but back then, secretly, just like when you have the church sisters in the front row, second, third row, and they hear the pastor putting it down. Some of them secretly admire him. Some of them would go with him if he approached them. They'd give him a chance, and some of them would just outright try to seduce him, even with the first lady so-called there. You see what I mean? And he
Mm-hmm.
plays on that. And then he plays needy. That's his game. When he gets around a bunch of women, because I saw it in person when I went out there to St. Pete in Florida. Me, Mr. Scurv, and there was another brother that came with us, Kelvin. And he'll come, oh, I need to have a good home cooked meal. But so when you have some of the women who just even like to entertain his company, they've been letting me think I'm going to bed with this guy. Even then, he finds a way to manipulate them because when I went out there to hear him speak, he was supposed to speak for a certain amount of time. And they had told him that, well, you got 30 more minutes or something before you go. So his game was that I peeped it. He was like, well, we're going to have to get out of here soon, but I want to take 10 sisters here who have specific questions, get in the line, and I'll answer them for you real quick. Then when it came down to like the last 5 minutes, he says, I got 2 or 3 more of y'all to go, but I just want to say we will be meeting directly after this at the so-and-so restaurant, whatever. Here's the name of it. If you got to search it, GPS it, I'm going to be there for about 3 hours. We can eat and this and that, and we can talk. And then after that, we can go to the hotel lobby where I'm staying because we don't want to hog up too much time in the restaurant. Come on now. What you think the next step is from the hotel lobby? And it's not going to be 15 or 20 of them. He's going to talk until some have to go. And those who end up at the lobby, it might be 2 or 3 of them, 201. Well, sister, we don't have to stay down here. We can go up to my room. And that's not appropriate. But if they go with him, you know what's going down. And that's what he does. Now, I'm not mad at him for being a single man, but you don't mix that stuff up. And attractions will happen. Things will happen. I understand that. But focus on the damn work, man.
But keep it behind closed doors. Sorry to cut you off. Keep it behind closed doors.
Exactly.
He lacks discipline. He lacks discipline, okay? I messed up
Mm-hmm.
on him. He has some good information. I'm not gonna lie.
He
He has
does. He
some good
does.
information, but you have to be able to take everything with a grain of salt. I took him a little too serious, you know. And so I took him a little too serious. It's unfortunate, man. He's a fallen soldier. He's a fallen soldier, man. It's sad.
And I understand, but he does have a talent. He's brilliant. I say this about my own blood brother. My own blood, he's been a crackhead on heroin all through my shows. I put that out there. But he is brilliant. If he got on it right now, you don't even want to hear me talk. He is, and he can, and you know he's jiving you, but he's bringing facts. He's charismatic. He can take you through history and through New York City and talk about the corporate world. My brother can talk about stuff in the corporate world and have a corporate board of old white man hanging on to his every word and go down on the street corner and have every brother out there doing all kind of dirt hanging to us every word. See, because I know a con man, and that was him. I know him when I say, and I knew after a while Umo was that, and plus I was privy to hear certain things, and I have a personal issue with him after he did something to a very close friend of mine. I'm not going to put the facts out there, but really legitimate. Umo was approached by my dear sister about a project, and he was willing to pay. She was willing to pay for his appearance on it, and it wasn't some big money thing, but it's something she's doing in her area of expertise. He told her, "I can't do it. You got to pay X amount of money, way more." And her stuff is super legit. Trust me when I say that. He messed up. He
Yeah.
messed up. If he was really about it, if I'm doing something and somebody says, just like even with my old YouTube channel, they want to come on and talk about promote something, I'm down. Come on, let's do it. Wait, when can we do it next week? No, we can do it now. Give of yourself that way, man. If you got something good, that comes back to you. He should have. He should have charged her nothing. When she showed her credentials, that I took that personal. You see?
I understand.
Welcome on in, Les. Thank you so much for the kind words. Much love.
But
But
it's
I don't.
uh-huh.
I'm just saying I don't understand how people can't see through this thing. You know. And then
He
you
got
have
the
people
gift
who,
for gab.
yeah,
He got the gift for gab, bro. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. He's an amazing orator. When he
oh
says
yes he
something,
is.
he means it.
Right.
he got
Very
swag. You cannot lie. He got swag. He got charisma. He got the gift for gab. He almost talks like a pimp. Like a pimp
exactly.
he can talk you out your house. Like you sit there with Umar Johnson long enough, you want to go to Africa and be a Pan African and be almost an extremist. Because he's an extremist, but he knows how to bring it in slowly. Like
Yeah, yeah. He's very seductive, very charismatic, and he hypnotizes you. There was a guy that I worked with, I would say about what, back in early 90s, right? And this guy was the same way. He didn't talk as fast, but he knew how to manipulate. And I peeped it that he was a cokehead, really bad. And I believe he started doing crack too. But he always did his job good, but he was always talking a certain way. And when we all found out that he borrowed lots of money from different ones, so it's like this guy's a straight scammer. He will look you in your eye. And it's like he hypnotizes you, and you believe what it is that he's saying. That's a spirit. He's prostituting a spiritual gift that he has. Also, it's not just talk; it's everything. So, could you imagine when he came out to Ghana and got his citizenship, and he got it so quick? He was in connection with
yeah.
somebody here, and he got it the month after I got mine. And those things are publicized. So I'm like, what the hell is going on here? You know,
I mean,
there were women out here.
uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go
Uh-huh.
ahead.
Let me tell you something about that. About the whole Ghana citizenship, man. He mentioned
Yeah.
something on a Nick Cannon interview. Hey, man. So you gotta be careful with people. He has a plan B, C, D, all the way to Z. He has plans. I think his plans to sell that school, move to Africa, buy some property. But he's gonna do it underground. He's gonna disappear off the map for a little bit. He's gonna be gone for about like 2 or 3 years. And he's gonna pop up again. That's why he got that Ghana citizenship. He's gonna disappear in the jungle somewhere. That's what he's planning on doing.
Yep, that sounds about
Yeah.
right. He's very
He,
economical with his energy. He's like a cat. You see, a dog will jump all over you, knock you down, bite you, but a cat will get just enough close to you and pull out his claws and scratch you. You don't feel it at all until you see all this blood coming down in your sock. He's very
mm,
economical. He does not do anything unless it's a reason. But he has, I believe, he has a lot of women who are just sold out on who he is. Especially if he goes and do something with them. They should know after he treated this last one this way how nasty he can be. But they're still going to be that way. Let me
they're
tell you
gonna want
something.
him more.
Exactly. Exactly. Because if they see him wounded, they're going to have that little mother complex, a little savior complex to want to, you can come by me and I'll feed you. I'll take care of you, among other things. And he'll take it before he bounces. You'll nurse him to good health in a sense, and he'll bounce on you. And he'll still come back with a story when he's all bummed out. That's how these guys do. And I have to say, to be fair, there are a lot of women out here. A lot of our sisters are like that. I hope it's not more than 50%, but it's a good chunk. And these guys like Dr. Umar can can spot them. Welcome on in, Reese. Good to see you. But they can spot them. It's hypnotic. He can tell the victim. It's just like when I work with the incarcerated. The bullies in the day room knew who they can pick on.
Yeah.
Would have them doing things. They can pick up on that. It's an evil use of the gift of discernment because he can read people really well, really well.
That's a good thing about working in corrections, man. Often corrections, like there's no all the inmates are constantly watching you. They're looking for weaknesses. Everything is
Yes,
subtle. It's not just
yes.
upfront manipulation. It takes years, and not years, like maybe months. They figure you out. They try to manipulate. They try to hit you with a, hey man, you got cash out, man. Hey man, you know how much money you can make? I'm like, nah, ain't gonna happen here, bro. They try to get, hey, can I get an extra Johnny? Like, nah, man. Or I'm gonna give you extra Johnny. They do little things, man.
Of course, they have nothing else to do but study you. Like when I worked in a jail and in a prison, that's all they do. That's all they. But I knew that already. Not that I was incarcerated before, but growing up in a busy city like I did, and knowing the gift of how people come at you, and they still give, but they watch you and they listen and compare notes, and they know how to come at you. And me, I use humor as a weapon. They didn't know how to read me. I was always jolly, always telling jokes, whatever. I'm steady watching you back too. But it doesn't take weeks for them to study you. They'll get you they'll figure you out after a day or two. 3 days is a whole lot. They watch your body language, they watch how you respond, and it's an intangible beyond the body language. They can feel you. They can feel your essence because their very survival depends on it. See, when you live in the jungle, I'm not calling nobody black neighborhood the jungle. I'm saying your state of mind and the state of mind of other people. Doesn't matter whether you're in a corporate boardroom or down in the hood. When you have that jungle eat or get eaten mentality and your life depends on it, it kicks into a different level. Those who are complacent, who are unaware, who are docile, they never had to be in these situations. And again, I say, I'm not a tough guy. I've won more than I lost. And I don't think I lost too many because I was smart enough to not to get in certain battles. But I do have that mentality, that dog eat dog mentality, because there are atmospheres that you're going to have to travel through. There's places you're going to have to travel through different worlds while being on this earth. I'm not talking about outer space, where you're going to have to use that to navigate. Just those quick glances, you catch a quick expression, you catch who's with who, but they're acting like they're not together. They try to play you. Those things, it's rapid fire. It's like when watching the old Muhammad Ali fight. He had to think quick. You'll fight any fighter. This guy's trying to punch you in the face and knock you out. So the split second before he does it, you better be sharp on your toes. A boxing match is easier than what goes on in life. And if you don't get it, you'll be eaten up and spit out and used over and over and over again. And those who can master that, Umar Johnson is a master of this thing, but he uses it in a way to benefit him and to get over on people. You put me in a
He's a
cell with
master.
him, like me and him, and then he's trying to get over. No, he wouldn't do it. I'd frustrate him. I know I would. You can talk that stuff all you want. You can talk that stuff all you want. You ever didn't know it was him? Put me around people who are like him. You ain't gonna get me because I can smell it. Like I said, I grew up. My brother's 11 years older than me, but he can talk. He'll manipulate. I I am so. He stole money from me when I was very young, and I knew it was him. But he spoke so. I was looking for the money still. I knew he took it out the house. And I'm still looking for it because he conned me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not used to that. I got hip to the game, but there are people who will sell their mothers out and not care.
Mm.
He got his
Ruthless.
daughters. He got his mother who's on Section 8, but he's been living with her. I can't believe he did those videos with the background so junky when he did it about a year or two ago. There's some people who you cannot make them flinch,
No.
and he'll convince other people that you're no good, that you're the scammer, that you're the user. You know. Let
But,
me see this question here. Instead of hairpiece of one's wearing, it never grows. Right? It might be. You never know. They'll be excellent in hiding their own little, how do you say, little fallacies.
hey, bro, I have a question for you.
Sure.
I want to go get further more into let me know the limit. Give me the limit. Let me know like what you can talk about, what you can't, because I know this stuff is a sensitive topic. But do you think Umar Johnson is like Boule now? He's still grassroots. Hello, bro, Lance.
I hit the wrong button and got cut off. Can you
Hello,
still hear me? Yeah, I'm here. I
I
knocked
can
my
hear
own
you.
self
Hello,
off. Yeah. Okay, good.
I'm sorry.
I hit the wrong button. Yeah. So
All right.
to me, at this point, he's not just some guy by himself because that's too exhausting to be Dr. Umar Johnson. You're flying all over the world like this or whatever, whatever. It's too much. To me, okay, he's a YouTube guy. He's a social media guy, Instagram or whatever, right? Instagram and YouTube and whatever person's platform he can get on, right? It's like a psycho because you got this artificial other thing going on where they're trying to fan the flames between Black Americans who are born in America, they'll call themselves FBA, against other Africans of different countries. And they're using this whole boycott that they're trying to have on August 1st. That's to fan the flames of division. There are people who can't stand Umar that are in those other groups, but he's there. So we're all split up and we have representatives from these other factions that many of us will identify with one or the other. Indigenous, ADOS. FBA, Pan Africanism. We're all split up. Why can't we have a united front? And still, whether you want to hold on to some ideologies, fine. The whole planet is African. The whole planet is black. The whole planet is melanated. We're the first people. Why are we fighting? Who's fanning the flames? You see what I mean? So he could be a character in this whole play. We don't watch TV anymore. We watch TV through our phones. Right? So I don't understand it.
So do you know? But you hear my question though, right?
Or about the Freemasonry.
Yeah. Do you think he's boule? Do you think Orange Johnson's boule, or do you think he's still grassroots?
I mean, I don't believe he's grassroots. He's selfish. It's all about him. I believe he's backed by somebody in high places.
Because he's trying to go on TV and mainstream. It doesn't make sense. Because at first he wasn't trying to do that. He was like I said, grassroots. He was trying to build it from the mud. But now he's like trying to go Hollywood.
Right.
Do you think people? Do you think somebody intercepted him? I'm not gonna name any names, but do you think somebody, not much of Hollywood, but just like boule, like I mean, even a Mason, like do you think somebody intercepted him?
That's possible. Right. Yeah, that's possible. That's very possible. Because they will reach out and try to grab onto you when they see you have some kind of ability, and they want to control you. Trust me, this world alone is a wicked place. And even in the black world, whether you're Pan-Africanist or FBA or all of this stuff, it's wicked. The boule, the grassroots don't really have a chance, really.
They don't.
I mean, I'm not being negative about them. But when you're grassroots, they're gonna come after you to stuff you. So anything riding high, you're gonna have to really check it out.
You don't have the power and influence they have.
Say it again?
You don't have the power and influence they have either.
Exactly. And Gifty today, maybe he's not broke. You know what I mean? That might be an act too. He may be and he may not be. And he's claiming to be broke, but he had his bank account the other day and PayPal the other day. He doesn't have access to stuff. But watch, he's going to keep on doing this thing. If he keeps on the videos and traveling or whatever, come on, man. That's a lie. Because that's that push-pull thing. That's that sympathy thing. Some people will laugh at him. You broke. You ripped off people. And some will be like, oh, man, he's broke. I know he's not perfect. He's a man. You know, he's going to mess with women. But we need to keep him going because he does give good information. And he does. I've learned a lot from him.
Me too.
You know what I mean? But we got to separate, the good from the bad.
Yeah, take everything with a grain of salt. Like I don't listen to everything he says, but he has some good advice. Like he made that video about that video on Get Out when he broke that movie down. That was some real good information. I still listen to it till this day because I had some weird stuff happen to me in a corporate structure and how he's someone in a corporate structure. It's like a family. They're trying to use black. You're trying to make you their slave because I had something like that recently happen. I was doing security at this undisclosed location, which I'm not going to name, but there was some there was some get out stuff happening there, and I'm just like, it just was stuff that was just too weird. I was like, man, this sounds like a movie, man. There's like some Willie Lynch stuff going on. So but his information helped save me because I didn't go along with the game. I got up out of there.
Right.
And that's what I want to talk to you more about and I gotta be careful because we're on YouTube. We're talking about the Freemasons. I mean, I know people are talking about it openly because it's a secret organization. Nah, it's not a secret, but it's an organization with secrets. So, can you further elaborate on a black boule and how to avoid them? How do you know you're dealing with someone in that? And then what's the consequence of dealing with those people? And how do you know if you're dealing with someone who's a Mason, a boule, and who's a supporter of white supremacy? How do you know that?
They could be all up around you, up under you. If they choose not to let you know, you'll never know. And they're not going to tell you. They're going to get to know you. And then they may approach you on different levels, but they're not going to say. I've had a lot of people approach me. I had a lot of situations that I was almost in on that, not knowing. And I saw things that weren't right as far as how you treat people. And when I saw into it, I told them guys, no, I don't want nothing I don't want to be bothered with that. And I do know that on lower levels, they don't. Yes, my brother Kevin. Ah, glad you're here. On the lower levels, you don't know what the next step is. Like on one degree, you're not knowing until you get to that point and you study that stuff and then you go higher, higher, higher. And what I do know is that when you get way up, you start to realize that you don't want to be bothered, that this some of those things are occultic and evil. Either what do you do? You can't say anything, you can't reveal anything. And the very people who are on those higher levels can act as though they're very nice. They can do stuff. They can give away free turkeys on Thanksgiving and have dances, and they give money to certain organizations when they save it. They do some very nice things. But they'll confuse you with the talk. You think they're talking about God, but what God? Are you a seeker of the light? Are you a traveling man? Are you this? Are you that?
Yeah.
anything divine and anything godlike, truly, you don't have to move in secret. See? When you have a relationship with God, I don't say God because when you say God these days, it's almost like it's a sin. I'm not talking about religion. The one so powerful that your head would bust open if you really knew his real name or you saw his face. We can't even comprehend. I mean, you got a whole universe. We're a speck of insignificant dust. And you got a universe that's so vast, we gotta count in light years. You know how fast light goes? You can't even travel light seconds through the universe. So many billions of light years. And we think we know it all. We think we grasped it all. We think we got status and can push up our chest because I am part of this organization and I'm part of this. It's like a cross-dresser putting on a dress and fooling people and fooling himself to think he's a woman. It's so shallow. The world should humble itself. All of this status, and I am this and I have that, and all this, and people join that because they feel they need that. It was back in '89 when they approached me. It was only because they saw me and my old girlfriend running a business. It was a nice gentleman. He lived on the corner in the neighborhood where we had the business. And he kept walking by and he saw that I was a nice guy. I drove a nice little car, was polite with everybody. And he kept hovering around more and more. But when he passed away, he died in the house. His wife had passed away years before. His family, grandkids, and they would check on him, and he was dead. And the great grandkids were running up and down the street with all those books. Because see, he was 33 degrees. And they were running around with the books, and we're seeing all these demon faces, and other people look out like, yo.
Wow.
Yeah.
You saw
To
demon
me,
faces? Yeah.
in the books. Yep. What is
And
that?
you said when you get
Misty Nice.
into like, huh?
I just shouting out Misty Nice and Sweet D. Go ahead, brother.
When you get to those higher degrees, like past 32nd degree, you get to 33rd degree and that stuff, they start showing you more secrets. When someone
Of
told
course.
me once you get to that degree, you can't get out. You're in forever. If you
That's
try and
what
get
I
out,
heard.
they threaten your life.
Yeah.
Now, I know somebody, I'm not going to name the person's name. I know
Right.
somebody right now. They're trying to recruit me into the lodge. I'm not interested because I know what they do, and
Mhm,
I know it's deceptive. They could throw on their African, dashikis and wear their Black Power stuff, but I know it's a
mhm,
front because you taught me it's a front, and it is a
mhm.
front. And it's very deceptive. And like, oh, you should join our lodge as a brotherhood. It makes good men better. It makes what's it say? It makes good men better into better
Yeah,
men.
yeah.
So I'm not interested, sir. But they keep on trying to recruit me because they see something. Maybe it can be they want
It
more
is.
money. They,
But they're gonna get money out of you because you got dues and you got different things, and then it's not even that they're gonna love bomb you like a church, right? But they're gonna want things from you. They're gonna benefit from you. It's like I wasn't in it, but I put my foot in to see. Well, just come to the first one. Come to the first one, and I was out after that. I was out. I wasn't in. I poked my head through the door symbolically. They allowed it. I didn't like what I felt in the symbolism, the occultic feel of these rituals. That's why I probably catch hell to this day. My name is written on somebody's wall or list. And you know
mm,
what? It's out here in Africa. It's out here in Ghana.
mm,
Big time. Big
really
time. What?
big time. You see the Freemasonry symbol. You see the G compasses on the
Yeah.
cards. What do you see,
Look,
brother?
look, put it this way. Put it this way. On Facebook, they try to recruit you that way. They shoot me these pages. You see the same outfits and everything. And these African brothers out here, they in it deep. And you got offshoots of it out here too. So for me now, I am careful. I am careful. I can even mention a run-in. I don't want to say the positioning that they had around me because of a dead giveaway, but I'm gonna put it this way. Excuse my French. They were in some shit and trying to bring me. No way. No. And they were trying to be slick about it. Oh, Lance, I need you to come and videotape, this function. And and when I saw it, they sent me the flyer with the address and everything. I came with an excuse. No, man, I couldn't make it, man. No, hell no. And see, out here, to me, the brothers who don't know, who are out here, who are looking for a little clout, they don't may not have much money, but they have a little job they're working and they get into this thing. They're gonna defend that because they may not have been a part of anything. So you know, they feel indebted even more so. So I don't want to go nowhere near that. I'm good the way I am. I'm gonna live up my years and create and do. I'm happy. I'm content. I'm good. Whatever I need will be provided. I work for. I sacrifice. I'm sacrificing now. That's my whole life has been sacrificed. I have no problem with that. And I have been blessed greatly out of nowhere. It just comes to me. You meditate on it and it comes to you. If you're really about it, about the discipline and sacrifice from within. Those are powers that are divine that no other organization can give you, running behind people, seeking status and secret handshakes. And when you go to the car dealership and the guy who's selling the car, and they're going to give you a break on it, or if you're going for a job and the next person's not in it, they're going to give you the job and all this stuff. But you really look hard, a lot of these guys not happy. Not
Mm,
happy, grinning, Prozac, I'm happy. But when you look consistently, to me, when I look through my spiritual eye, there's a darkness there. There's a darkness there. And you got to parade around with all these little symbols and stuff. Why do you move in secrecy? God put the mangoes and the watermelons and the apples and the pears and the mango, all those things for you. The engineered world, you got to pay for it. But in God's world, everything is free. So why do you have to move in secret? And
that's true.
secrecy to me is more demonic than anything else. I mean,
It's
you're
not
not going to walk down the
serious.
street and tell everybody, "Well, my PIN code on my debit card here, everybody." No, you're going to keep that secret. You're going to keep yourself secure. Well, what I'm saying is that if it's anything godly, it's not going to be secret. It's not going to be secret. There's nothing exclusive in the world of the Creator. If you have true brothership and unity, you build together. The woods over there, chop it up. Let's build each other's houses. You a doctor? You're the one to take care of the crew over here with this. Old lady over there, she can watch the kids. She's lonely. She got stories to tell them. We all have a purpose. And we don't need to be in this man-made engineered world as it is. We're born into it and we've been trapped. We can get out. We can still be in it and have the mind and the heart to not really be trapped by it. But the best way, the way they're going on, is to get out of it. Find yourself in places damn near where there's not even a cell phone signal. Ultimately, because you know we're going to have to get rid of this stuff eventually because it's going to trap us. The AI, the GPS, the cell phones and
Oh
stuff.
yeah,
And
man,
stuff.
it's bad, man. I was talking to
One
one
thing.
guy. I was talking. Sorry
Mm-hmm.
to cut you off. I was talking to
No, no
this
problem.
truck driver. I was talking to this truck driver. He said they're working. He said you should get into trucking now because before you know it's gonna be automated. I said get out of here. I heard about it. I don't think it's possible. He said Elon Musk, all these AI people are working on it. It's going to happen. They're gonna automate everything. I said how are they gonna pay people? I don't know. Universal income, but it's gonna happen. They're working on it. I said you know what's gonna happen? You know, brothers Lance. You remember that movie called Terminator?
Yeah,
Remember how about Skynet became
yeah,
self-aware? That's it,
yeah.
brother. AI becomes self-aware, brother.
Well, they were talking about it on what's the channel? Oh God, Redacted. They were speaking about that earlier today. I saved it in my WhatsApp, so I go click on it later on. But they were speaking about just that, how real it is. It wasn't speculation. There's a guy who is deep in it, and he knew some things, and he was saying just that. Right when they realize, who and what they are, these creations, and see you as a human being as being inferior, and there's no need for you now. That's when you got to get out the system, you know. And with the way they're doing the drones and the satellites, there won't be really any place on Earth that you can hide, but you can
Nope.
delay it. You're not supposed to move in fear, but you better be smart, and you got to be ready to sacrifice. Look, where I am now, I'm ready to move out further. I'm ready for the day when, sure, they're going to want you to use a cell phone, but I'm not going to use it. I'm going
Nope.
to get rid of it. I
Mm.
might work through somebody else who has it, or do something to communicate some kind of way different. But they're not going to want to mail anymore unless they can intercept it.
Mm.
Your money, like they're talking about soon. Just like this one organization was speaking about the pandemic coming up and whatever, and it came. Well, they're still saying now that there may be a shutdown of the internet. So what is that going to do? You won't have access to your digital money, right? You won't be able to communicate like we do because we're hooked on it now because it was given to us freely. In the mid 2000s, when all these things came out, where you can make phone calls for free, you think these people are being nice? No, they're fattening up the turkeys because Thanksgiving is coming, baby. And you a turkey. I'm not saying you're a turkey, right? I'm just saying we're turkeys out here eating oh, our master treats us so nice. It just feeds us up. We got sunlight, we got water, we got food. Just Thanksgiving is coming. When you're sitting up on the table dead and they're carving you up, that's what they want. That's right. Just want to shout out to Tommy J, Dark God 646, Chance Rogers, Sister Diane, Miss D Nice. And if I missed anybody, I'm on the phone right now, so it's not like I'm in front of the computer. We got to do these more often. I like these. But yeah, and it's not going to take long because we've been set up. This is what we
Mm-hmm.
got to understand. It's like a fighter who's been chopping you away on your body all the whole. Now you're keeping your elbows down because the body shots are hurting. And when he comes up to hit the head, you're gone. You kill the body and the head got to go. And they've been working on this ever since, right after 911. The obvious part. Well, it was even in effect before that because you had things back from the 70s, technology that we're just getting on now. Don't think smartphones and touching it and GPS. That's old stuff. We're
Very
doing it
old.
all out. Whenever we had the Sunday paper, when we're done with it, we couldn't wait to get rid of it. Hey man, you want the Sunday paper? When you first got it Sunday morning, it was the most precious thing. Now you're done with it, you give it away. They don't mind giving the technology away freely to hypnotize us.
They got
Some
technology
people,
so advanced
mm,
right now. They're not showing us. They got invisible cloaks out there.
yeah, coat rice. But look, seriously, we got the nooses around our neck more than what we know. Because we can't make a move in this system. You see what I mean? And the biggest
Mhm.
revolution is for you to have discipline and to be able to sacrifice and do without and not depend on anything. Depending on stuff is going to be our downfall. Where are we going to get our water from? Where are we going to get our food from? Why are we living in places where it's so cold if there's no heat? What are we going to do? We're going to realize that living around too many people, these same people, unless they have a certain mindset, that's going to be your worst downfall because after 2 or 3 days, when there's no more food and the supermarkets don't have food no more, and we live in the concrete jungle, where are we going to get food? See, we ain't worried
Mhm.
about no cell phone then or no internet then. We hungry. How many fathers are going to go out there with their pistol and stick you up for your food? They don't care about your dollar bills because now with no internet, I need some food. I need some water. We don't realize what's really important now. We worry about upgrading phones and gadgets and all of this stuff. I'll buy this and I'll buy this and I'll buy that. How are you going to buy it when there's no internet and you can't get a hold of your money? And I get a pension. If there's a digital, if there's a shutdown of the internet, how am I going to get my money out the ATM? How am I going to get it? I'll have no money. Oh, this is an illusion. But people are going along. This is so seduced. And I'm not where I'm supposed to be at yet. People say, oh, well, you move to Africa. Yes, that's a big move or whatever. But the same thing out here. I'm going to have to,
Hey,
go
hey,
ahead.
bro, Lance. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, bro, what year did you first travel to Ghana? When did you first go to Africa?
2019, April 25th to May 13th.
Man.
3 weeks.
I was Ghana. I want to travel. I was either thinking about doing Ghana or Kenya. I don't know which one. I think I'm doing Kenya, but I want to like check out Ghana too. How was it when you first landed in Ghana? How was it? How was like the experience?
It was a shock. It was a shock. I felt I felt like a big weight was off of me, right? And there's certain things that didn't exist once I got here. There's a tension that's in America that looms over you, but you don't realize it until you leave, right? It's like when you were a kid with a heavy knapsack on a Friday, coming home, walking home from school, and you hanging out with your friends, walking home. When you get home and drop that knapsack on the bed, you're like, "Dad, that knapsack was heavy." There's a question to you, brother. They want to know if you have a passport. There's a question from Sweetberry.
Yeah, I do have a passport.
Great, great. But yeah, remember when I was on my way back out, I caught malaria real
Uh,
bad. 2 days before we left to come back, I wasn't talking to nobody. I had this feeling on me. I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I laid down and wasn't talking to nobody. hardly ate. My appetite was going. And by the time I got on the plane, I just felt so weird coming back, and I didn't want to come back either. That's another thing. I was mad coming back to America. So by the time the flight was over, when I stood up, and that was a 11-hour flight from Ghana to New York, and from New York to Orlando. I felt like there was this, like, I don't know if you ever see the tourist areas where they have this big glass ball, like a crystal ball, and you put your
Mm-hmm.
fingers on it, and these electrical, like, shock things come up, like little bolts of light and touch your fingers. That's how my head felt. Balance was off. I got to the next plane on the transfer. I was cold. My teeth were like a skeleton always with the teeth going. Got back. I was out of it, and I lost. I went from 240 pounds to 214 pounds,
Mm.
say in about 5 days, 5 or 6 days. And of course, immediately the next day after getting back, I went to see the doctor, and he gave me medication. Well, the medication didn't kick in right away because the malaria was already festering up inside of me. See, out here, you have over-the-counter medication where you have that kind of funny malaria feeling. And there's a test to see if you have it. I don't need the test. I know what it feels like, right? But I didn't
Mm-hmm.
know. And so the doctor told me, and I've told this story a million times, and I can't tell it enough because I lost 26 pounds, man, in like 5 days, 6 days. I was crawling on the floor. I couldn't stand up because I had no balance. It wasn't that, oh, my balance is a little off. No, I had no balance. So I stood up, I was going to fall. The day before I got started to get better because of medication, I was on my way out of here. Mr. Scurv took off from work, and I didn't even bother to go to the bathroom no more. I was so weak, I didn't realize it. I was going on myself, man. I was on my way out. I laid around all day during that time. I didn't eat nothing really. She'd make me food and whatever, and I wouldn't even eat all of it. And all y'all know I love to eat, especially her cooking. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the last night, I was about to die. I looked up at the wall over the headboard, at the headboard by my head, and I was on my side. And I looked on the wall. The light was off, but the dining room and the kitchen, that light was on, so it shined into the room. And it was a light colored wall, but it was a big circular, like a 8 feet. I'm not allowed. I'm telling you what I saw. People can call me crazy all they want. It was dark, but I kept looking at it. There was a side of me that wanted to go up through that dark portal because it appeared to be so peaceful. And I thought I was better off. I wasn't consciously like saying this, but it was in me thinking this and feeling it like it's better over there. And Mrs. Scurv came into the room and she let me know that I was making a mess in the bed and all that stuff. And I had to go the next day to the doctor. Well, actually, he checked me then. My liver was working at maybe 30%. My kidneys were working at 25%. I was very weak, man. Not because I used to lift weights and stuff, but my drive, my mind, my essence is strong. I don't think I'm Superman, but I need to do something. I'm gonna do it. I was so weak. And there was, in hindsight, looking back, there was some occultic activity aimed my way. People
Mm.
think, oh, I know it's for a fact now because I found out a lot of things too when I was out here. You can't trust everybody who you think is in your inner circle. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say.
You think
People who
black
know me,
magic's real?
Oh yeah.
You think
Oh yeah.
magic is real? I know the spirits are real. I know spiritual, heaven or hell. I know they say it's a theory, but it's real because I had a spiritual awakening happen to me. So I'm not gonna say heaven's not real. Heaven is real. I've seen it, and I see my
Yeah.
grandparents. So that confirmed to me that okay, there's a spiritual afterlife. That's a fact. So
Definitely.
you're trying to say right now the occult, black magic, someone can spit a spell on you.
Well, I'll put it this way. It ain't that easy, right? I'll put it this way. I say 98% of the stuff that they proclaim out here in Africa is just a sham. But is that 1.5%? If you find the right people who really live in a certain way, it is not something. It's it is what it is, but it can be used for something bad. Just like you take the leaves and the bark and the roots and match them up a certain way and make a powerful potion to do something good in your body to clean you out naturally. When people claim this stuff and they want to come at you, most of the time, they basically poison you and claim it's the other stuff. That's my observation here. So be careful who feeds you, be careful who you eat from, be careful who has access to your refrigerator, all those kind of things. You got to be careful that way. Just like a guy in the club trying to slip something in a woman's drink and she's unconscious later on and he got her. It's the evil heart. But there's
You
a
had a video
faction that,
on that.
say it again?
You had a video on that on Instagram. I
What
saw
was
that
that?
video. You had a
Oh, the one I
video.
had?
Yeah,
Oh, one that I did?
yeah. But that guy, he dropped something to a woman's drink. They were dancing, and some
Oh,
guy
yeah,
dropped
yeah.
something to a
Yeah,
woman's
yeah, yeah. I
drink.
put that up.
That was slick. I said, "What? He dropped some
Yeah.
roofies in her drink? That's crazy."
Well, look at it this way. When people really want to do, look at the evil heart of a person. Person really has an evil heart. That vibration alone, and you got your guard down, you're going to feel it. But you got to be right to feel it. See, I know who I have around me now and what they are. I'm cool with it. You burn yourself up in evil. I'm doing what I have to do and focusing on me. But you're not going to come around me. I don't even want to get eye contact with you. I don't even want to talk to you. I've banished you. When I see you, I don't see you. I stamp you out. And I walk in my own power connected to the divine power and mission that I have. And them things you don't get scared of, but you have to be aware that they're there. Right? Tell you a little
Right.
story. Tell you a little story. On this particular property that I live on, there was no wall there. It's all walled off and protected, right? There was a man living in the back of this property, way down, because it's really sizable. And he had like a little makeshift cinder block and wood type of shack. It was no bigger than like you see a city bus that's 40 feet. His was like maybe 12 feet and about as wide, like 8 feet wide. And this makeshift, it was all sloppy and it was not like a
Yeah.
house. Wasn't even a tiny house. He just had a bed in there and junk in a door that you latch. There's nothing. There's trees and bushes. And he had lived down there. There was no light up here at that time. When it got dark, man, it was black. And the chief who owned the land, you know, they let him live there so he can cultivate the corn and different things that were growing there. And so he was living it up. He had all these women coming in and out. All these women, he was having sex with all. And I'm like, yo, this is a whole different ecosystem over here. What's this guy doing? You know what I mean? What does he have these girls like that? So when we took possession legally of the land, the chief let him know where you have to go. But he had been here for like 25 years. What else does he know? See, it's easy when you live out In the bushes like that, man, you got fruits growing, and you don't need much money. You know
Right.
what I mean? It doesn't take much. It rains, and you capture your water, you wash with it, and you do a little
He
work or
had
whatever.
women like that though. He had women coming to his place.
Yep, other
Hey
African
man,
women up here who did. Yeah, what was he
how
doing?
how how easy is it to get a woman out there? If I go out there and
Oh,
go on there with the money I have, with the $1,000 I have in my bank account, how easy is it to get some?
bring a baseball bat if you want to have some peace. Look,
What?
I'm a, I'm a married man, 62 years old, and on the slide, they still come at me, old as I
Dang.
am.
Are they good looking
Because
women
see,
or are they like kind of fugly looking?
know that the natural and good looking, you do have some fugly ones, but I'm just being real now. There's a lot of good women, and look, I see what I see. I'm not dumb. I'm not like, well, I don't see anything. No, the man, I see some of their bodies drop your jaw.
God
And
dang.
I'll say this, and I'm gonna be real with all of it. See, social media messed the world up, and anything American coming over here is a come up for many of them here. You have some really nice people here now. You do have some really nice people here, but the perception, right? That they got the word they call you, a brony, means foreigner. A brony used to just mean white man at one point, but it's extended to anybody from the west of the UK. Black people, you could be as black as charcoal, but you're a brony. And so people know I live here now. So in the villages and stuff, locally where I travel, the people know. Some men I speak English. So English is the official language here. But what I'm saying is that so far out in the woods, they see you, they say hi, whatever, whatever. And you come out here, they're gonna swear you have money. Number one, you younger than me, so they really gonna be hitting on you. They gonna look for a come up. I'm not saying they're just looking for money. They might want to marry you or have a baby. They want security. The women here
Mm,
want security. And that's a natural thing that a woman should have. In the West, you have some who, you know, modern day women. "Oh, I got my car, I got my house. I don't need no man." Well, you have a lot of good women out here too. But I will say, the further out you go, the better your chances of getting a good woman. But it's not like in the Western world. They're gonna do their part, and you do your part, and you'll be happy. From what I see, because they're groomed to be wise. They're taught, from young and whatever. But you got to do your part as a man. You have a happy home. But social media and the media in the city, oh man, you got some vipers. You got some vipers. They're gonna seduce you, and you won't even know you being seduced. They're gonna turn you out. I'm not actually saying they will. I'm just saying this is a fact. They got some scams out here too. They got some scams out here too. They will whip it on you, and let's say, okay, not all of them, right? Not all of them, but you have some that are so wise that they know the game. I'm not talking about the country girls, no, the ones down in the city. If they think you're a tourist and you're gonna be here for a week or two, they're gonna try to get something out of you.
mm,
You see what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna tell this story again. A buddy of mine told me this story about three different guys who fell to the scam in Ghana with these women. The ones who are sharks. And again, I'm not demonizing women. I'm not demonizing the sisters out here because most don't think that way, but they will think like, wow, America, money, take me to America type thing, right? And they want to latch on to you. So, there won't be a condom in sight in their mind. Get me pregnant type thing. You know what I mean? So you go into the city, theoretically. Let's I'm not making it up. This happened to three different people in different ways. I'm gonna tell you this one story. You got a guy who say he worked for Twitter and they sent him out here for a month. Because you have Twitter out here also. Or some international brand of corporate America, and then you have to come out here and supervise maybe some operation out here, and you'll come in here for a month. Your Airbnb is paid for. You really, they want you to work 5 days, but you can get your work done in 4 days, and you got 3 days to chill. You got money. You're covered. You go down to Osu, where the tourist area is, and they have all the clubs and all night restaurants. And I've done some videos down there. I'll be going down there soon. The prostitutes out there. You got people, the bright lights. This is like a little slice of New York City. You go down there to the nice nightclubs they have down there. I mean, I have no reason. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm too old to go down there. What am I going there for? Me and Mr. Scurv will go down and do some video. I'll show you everything, but it's not like, I got to go to the club. Anyway, you go to the club, you dress casually, and you're wearing things that they may see certain brands that are not out here. They got everything out here pretty much, but they know you're different. So you're sitting over at the table by yourself. You're sipping on a drink if you drink. It might be a little bar, lounge, restaurant type thing. You get a little appetizer, you're eating, and you notice a young lady sitting off on the other side. And you see, well, man, she's real attractive. I'm telling the story as it happened. So I want you all to feel it. I'm going to tell the story that way. So now the guy's checking her out, but he's not all in her face. You know what I mean? He's not, hey, baby, so-and-so. She gets up and goes to the restroom. She comes back. He had a chance to really see how she's built. Mine is blown, right? Because I will say, a lot of the young ladies who grew up in the country know nothing about no KFC and no McDonald's and no soda. They're eating out the ground. They're eating what's grown. They got to go down to get their water for those who, because there are a lot of people here who live metropolitan, that live city life more just as much as if you're from New York City, right? But people think there's always the bush and the jungle. No, it's not like that. But those women, they develop a certain way where you're like, God, dog. And he sees this. She comes back. She's nice outfit, a little bit of jewelry, not much makeup, just whatever. So they lock eyes a little bit. And so he motions to her if he can come talk to her, if she wants to come. So she gets up and comes over by him, and formal introduction. Finds out that she speaks several languages and she's very educated. See, that's a weapon, right? She wasn't always that way. She keeps her body in shape because that's part of being the weapon. And so she's very almost submissive-like and polite. He likes her. And so now the club is closing. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, but there's these all-night restaurants down there. So it's like, listen, it's on me. Come on, let's get something to eat. So he's checking her out more, and he's like, man, I'm impressed. She has a nice luxury car she's driving. He has a rental car. His spot, where he's staying, is 2 blocks away, so he didn't have to drive the car. He rented. And so they eat, and the sun's out now. So he's in a different country, only there for a month. He's got to shoot his shot. Like, listen, I'm only here for a little while. I'd like to spend more time with you, if you don't mind, if you're down for that. She's like, sure. It's like, listen, we're adults. I don't know if you have anything to do tomorrow, but you can come back to my place. You're safe with me. I'm really feeling you. Okay, but I have to leave after a while. I got to do something, whatever. So they sit up, they doze off on the couch. They end up in the bed, but they don't do nothing. He falls asleep, kind of half falls asleep, one eye still open. And so she's cleaning some things up and washing the dishes that he already had in the sink. He's checking her out like, man, not many women gonna do that. So she had to go check back with her family, and she said she's coming back. She had nothing to do for the next few weeks, and he loved it. He said, you need to come and spend some time with me. I got to do my work. The weekend we can go here, go there. And he can get a real good tour of Ghana because she knows it. So she brings a little suitcase back, and this is how all 3 stories pretty much went. So she brings a little suitcase back with a little underwear and little outfits and little shirts to walk around in. So he knows what's going to go down because she likes him too. So that night they walked into another restaurant and ate, came back this Sunday night. And so, they adults and they consenting, it's all in popping. And he couldn't believe, like, how this happened. because it wasn't just a jump off. He really liked her. And he's wondering, like, this happened kind of fast, but we did have the vibe. He falls asleep. She falls asleep in his arms. And they're out. He gets up. He has to do his work. She's there, ironing clothes for him, doing stuff. She runs out to the store, comes back. After a few days, it's like, this is almost impossible to find. So she didn't do nothing wrong. All of a sudden, now he got 4 more weeks or 3 more weeks, depending on at what point he met her. So she's practically living with him, but she does have family and stuff. And they do some other things, but every night when they get to the spot, they get in that ultimate sleeping pill. And he's amazed at those things, but it's more so also her mind and how polite she was and how they got along. And he'd been through things, so he doesn't fall that easy, but it's like, man, this woman is like, aside from the fact that we jumped in the bed so fast, she's wifey material. And I'm a grown man and I'm thinking like this. So after another week and a half, she's throwing it up at him. They're using the condoms. But this time, the condom broke. And it crossed his mind that she have something to do with that, because she's the one that went down to the spot, the drugstore, and got those condoms, same ones he had anyway. It broke. And he was so out of it in his own world, because when the condom broke, more sensation came through, and his eyes were rolling up in his head, his toes were spreading. He didn't care. He just released. I'm going to keep it decent. You know what I'm talking about. So he collapsed like a ton of bricks. He put in the time. She did too. So he was real relaxed with her because he's leaving his wallet on the night table. He peeped them. He saw that she didn't seem to have any interest in that. Money in there and everything. But she had some of her own money too. Well, he was really knocked out after this one. He's relaxed. It's been happening. They've been bonding. She gets up and goes to the bathroom, as she's done many nights before. Well, this time, she takes his wallet and she goes into the bathroom and locks the door. And she's in there with her phone. She takes the cards out, work ID, anything with his house address, and takes pictures of it. She don't want the money because that's going to give her away. She put the money back in there, put everything back in there the way it was, but she has everything, driver's license, work ID, other IDs, everything in her phone. And she slowly unlocks the door and she goes back in the bed and puts his wallet back exactly where it is. Well, why was this? Because after that night, when the condom broke, she was like, listen, we don't need that no more. We're on a different level. And he was like, in his mind, well, it's like a confidence game. If she does get pregnant, I'm not coming back out here no more. He was thinking one way, but the other side came. Like when you get caught up in a confidence game, like, look, I got $50,000 here in this handkerchief, but listen, you got to give me so-and-so, you hold it, you get, and then when you get the thing, it's nothing but newspaper rolled up in there. On a sexual level, this is what was happening. So now he's going at it, hook, line, and sinker, morning, noon, and night. Even on the days that he's on his computer working, but you think he worked the whole hour? He just digging it. Spraying the garden. Okay? So, yes, Miss D Nice. You know it. So, he's promising her that they're going to keep in contact, and I got to go back after a certain time, and he's making it romantic. She's making it romantic, and he's gone. She's pregnant. He don't know it. He don't care. He has a number. He don't call her. She could have called him, but She ain't call. She goes to the U.S. Embassy. This is what they're doing now. Some of them. They go to the U.S. Embassy and let them know, I am pregnant from an American citizen, and here is all of his documents. She somehow got his social security number also. Pictures of his bank cards, but they don't need that. They want how to get to him, his job, his home. All of a sudden, through the process, he gets papers from, say he lived in New York City, from the family court in New York City. He knew her as Linda. Her name might have been Gifty or Lanawan, whatever it may be, African name, right? He's looking like, who's giving me papers? I don't know anybody with this name. Who is this? Well, you have to show up in court. He shows up in court. They order him to take, the test or whatever, and her stuff, and this long distance, it takes a little more time. But just like Maury Povich always said, you are the father. So he's got to pay because they know what he's making, and she ain't gonna get no less. She's in another country. She really doesn't have a job, and that's why she's driving the expensive car. Because the 4 other guys that she trapped up like that, he's the 5th one. So that money stretches because, see, she don't have to take care of them children. She can come up in the mountains where I am, where her auntie and grandmother and nephews and cousins, they got the big land, flush with everything growing on it. So that American money, the way they calculate it, goes a long way when they eating out of the same pot and living humble, and she's out there fishing for dudes to trap up. I'm not saying this is everybody. When they come at you friendly, and it's like that, because I've had some propositions and people flirting a certain, I'm like, they're only doing this because they want something. They think, you know what I mean? I already know I'm not dumb. But I can see where it would be very hard for most men to think with the right head. Because there's some of these women that are here that are not dropped. They're gorgeous in a way that, not the Western way, but in just beautiful African women. They can be 20, 30 pounds overweight, and you still see their beauty and their vibration. But you got to not think with the wrong head, because some will come at you. And I'm going to tell you another thing. Age, I'm talking so much. You still there, brother, right? Am I boring y'all? I think he might have hung up.
No, I'm still here. I'm still listening. I'm like you preach, brother. You teach me how to game because if I'm fine going out there, I don't want to fall for the what's that word? Badonkadonk, brother. I know there's a lot of badonkadonks out there.
Look, no disrespect to Mrs. Scurv, but she knows that how they look out here. So it's not like I'm not out here like, God, don't. I see it. I see it. I'm a veteran, man. I know it. Look, it's like the old Jewish man that has the biggest jewelry store with the best stuff, and he goes to a party and somebody's going all crazy over the ring. I've seen so many rings, man. It's like it can't be just that. But you see it. But I will say this. I've always said that I wish that I found like a way to be out here earlier in life. But on the flip side, that may not have been a good thing for me as a younger man coming out here. No, because I would have had to have a whole mountain for about 80 kids. I would have been one of them dudes that turned 100 years old and I probably have 150 kids. Because it's different out here. And the other thing I'll tell you on that level, I'm going to keep up with that story or just other similar anecdotes, is that the women out here don't have jealousy as much. They're not jealous. I mean, if you can't do them wrong, But I've spoken to many people and I've observed it's almost like a sisterly thing, right? As long as they know they're in your life and whatever, I'm not saying they're like, okay, go cheat. But where our sisters from the West would be hip to the game, be like, oh, hell no. You know, you sitting too close to him, or what you up in his face for, or whatever. They don't see, that doesn't seem to bother them as much. And the men come from over in the West and they're like, they ain't jealous like that. And you do have that now. It's just different. And you have to know how to convert your mindset into what goes on here that way. Because there's a lot of intangibles you have to learn by being here. You know, see, in America, as a married man, but people don't know that they don't know you, and you speak to somebody for something decent. You're in the store and you see a woman with a product and say, excuse me, do you use that? Is that any good? But you try to talk to me? Like, I'm out of that mentality. You know, you all know me. I'm a talkative guy. I'm a friendly person. And I guess some women are so used to the guys coming around doing the Umar Johnson on them, you know, that the guard is up. I understand that part too. But here, you can speak to somebody and they speak with you and they're friendly and it's nothing more than that. You know what I mean? And a lot of guys get fooled too because they're like, oh, I think she likes me. Or maybe she's trying to, you know, get with you for whatever reason. You have to understand how you are looked at. How do people see you? Because you'll have people who will befriend you who down the line want something out of you. And that's in America too, but it's like you're their hero. I've been approached 3, but really 2 real times by women who wanted me to give them a baby simply because I'm from America. Your wife doesn't have to know. Take me to America and I have the baby out there. I'm like, really? The people that don't even really know you. And Trump stopped all that. You know, I mean, I'm American, but you know what I mean? Like dignified people that you think like are really. Because see, here everything is subdued. Everything is not. Everything here is different. Not like in America where everything is out. You don't see people really. Find me somebody in the street smoking a cigarette. It'll take you months to find that. The image is important. People don't smoke cigarettes where other people can see them because it's a disgrace. It's like something you don't do. It's almost like trying to smoke a joint in front of your parents and you're like 13 years old. You're not going to do that. Cab driver told me that. I said, man, I don't see nobody around here smoking, but I see cigarettes being sold. Oh, no, we don't do that out in the open. Oh, no. We go to
Yeah,
the alleyway. We get it up.
someone told me that. It said, sorry to cut you off. Someone told me that, some African sister told me that. She said, oh, we don't smoke like that. She said, if you see a woman smoking a cigarette, she literally told me this. She said, if you see a woman smoking a cigarette with tattoos, she's a prostitute. I said, get out of here.
Yeah. Or they'll put her on that level. Even if she's not. Like when you come from another country, it might be a chick from the UK or America. She's tatted up. Don't have it all up your neck. That's worse. You know what I mean? So you just don't do that. You don't do that. You do that behind closed doors. The same reason why every other block, just like black neighborhoods in America, is a church. And you got dudes driving cabs. I mean, it's okay to drive a cab and be a pastor. But there's pastors everywhere. I am pastor so-and-so, whatever. I am pastor so-and-so. And you see dudes with the loudspeakers in the street. They preaching in the street early in the morning during the rush hour. And they preach. Everybody's a pastor. I'm not saying their hearts are not pure, but most of them will rip your ass off just as quick. Oh, brother, I also do this kind of work. And, oh, so let me ask you, man, you can do roof work and stuff? Oh, yes, brother, just don't give them the money. Don't give them the money to get the materials. You go get the materials. But you got to see that this guy does the work. Because you give him a little something to start, you got the materials, he never comes back. That's not the whole case, but at least 51% and a whole lot higher than that. So you better know where these jokers live. You better know they did work already. They got the scams even in the work. And again, I love it here. I'm at peace here, but I'm giving you the real deal because a lot of people want to go by the tourist spots. Yes, I'm here. It's glorious. Yes, it is glorious. I love it. I sleep deeper than I ever have in my entire life. But when you are Bruni and come from another country, they cannot comprehend that you don't have lots of money. On the real, I've had different guys, me and Mrs. Curry, different guys come here to do different things in building. We didn't use a company. We just put together a team of people that were recommended, and a lot of them ended up not being what they were supposed to be, meaning that a lot of stuff walked out the door. A lot of my stuff walked out the door as far as equipment, slowly but surely. You can afford it. They don't tell you that. It was told to me by someone else that this guy, American guy, had work done in his house. And there was a little kid in there cleaning up. They were all cleaning up. They had this little young kid, probably 12, 13. And the owner of the property saw him stealing. And he grabbed him. Put it back. You stealing. Why are you stealing? My mother and father told me that whenever we do work for white man, we have to take something. And this guy wasn't white. No more than me being white. Am I white? No. I know there's some finagling a couple generations back from Scotland gave me this complexion. But you know how many people walked up to me in the street? Hey, white man. A dude I knew, a rapper. I was doing a videotape with him, doing an interview in the mall. We were finished. He said, "Can I ask you something?" I said, "What? Are you white man?" They're not used to seeing so. They watch TV. They see the tourists that are here. But if you have a lighter complexion or whatever, you could be black. I'm a black man, mind, body, and spirit. But some of them will call you white man in public. Hey, white man. They're trying to say you some white man. Come here, white man. I don't even turn my head. Don't call me that. You know what I mean? And they get a lot of their knowledge of the culture of America, which is wicked, from social media. So they want to emulate that. You got dudes out here sagging their pants too. You see?
They imitate us.
Yeah.
They
And they want to
imitate us
use it,
big time.
and they want to use the language. I stepped on a van one time and sat in the back. You know, one of the local vans that take you here. I mean, I know it well. I get around easy. I get around faster than somebody in a car. And you have the driver who doesn't really talk to anybody. He focuses on driving. And you have like a ship's mate. They call them mate. Mate, mate. The mate is the one who hits on the side of the van to let the driver know you got to stop here. And he's the one that collects the money. So these guys may not be educated as far as school is concerned, but they're a whiz, knowing where you got on, where you getting off. And they'll take a van that would usually be for like 10 passengers, not even that big. But they'll weld on an extra seat that flips up on the side so you can squeeze out. You get 25 people in that daggone van, which in America, they wouldn't even allow it because insurance is not going to have you in that size van have that many people. That's the way it's done here. This mate one time, I told him where I was getting off. So he asked me again. I guess he forgot. And nigga, where's your stop? Man, I kicked him for different gear. I don't know if I can repeat what I said. Hey, nigga. And the people on the bus, this was a Sunday. Half of them were coming from church, sitting up holy with the church hats and nicer. And they were low key laughing. That made it worse. I was going to teach them all a lesson. Like I said, I don't even know if I can repeat what I said. So I said, "Are you talking to me?" He said, "Yeah, nigga." I said, "Listen, I'm gonna have a little conversation with you when I get off this van." I said, "You calling me a nigga?" I said, "Look at now I had to go low. Welcome on in, Khadijah." So I said, "Listen, you got to work all day up and down to make what? And you calling me a nigga?" So I had to go hard and challenge him and crush his manhood. You see what I mean? And for the people
Mm.
on the bus, I had to get a little lewd because I shut them up and pissed them off. I said, "It's funny when he's calling me a nigga," and I said something so sacrilegious that they all were like, "Hey," they all got mad, but I had to say what I said. I told them. This one guy sitting up in the front, he turned around, he was just cracking up. His wife was sitting next to him. I said, "You both just came out of church, and she's probably doing the Shango on the past, like I'm using Umar Johnson's language." And I broke all of them down like that. I didn't want to go there, but the way they were laughing, like, "Oh yeah," because it didn't matter because I was a foreigner. So I insulted his wife. I insulted the other one. There's a fat lady sitting next to me. I insulted her too. I went Paul Mooney on all of them. Yes, I did. And when I got out, I got in his face. I mean, no, it stung me because the way they all, you know, and I said, "You go to America, that's what you are to the white man that you kissed their behind so much." He was scared though, because I flipped my whole essence, my energy, and really, as old as I am, I don't think I'm tough, and I don't go out there like that. But I'm still very strong, right? I'm not the normal old man, right? But I'm not trying to push it. But I was ready that day. I was pissed that day. Oh man. But going back to the other things, you know, we have a lot of nice people that they don't have a career path or they don't have, it's about survival. And a lot of the people, their minds also. Here's another thing I picked up on. In school, they don't really cultivate you to be here because there's not as many opportunities. And for people who think, "Oh, I'm going to just come there and get a job," and a lot of Ghanaians don't have no job. So how they
They
going to
broke.
leapfrog you past? Say it again?
They broke.
Yeah. And the jobs don't even
I heard
pay what
most
you.
of them. I heard most of them out there are broke. Is that true?
Oh, you mean the people?
The women, yeah,
Yeah,
people in general.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
All those fine African women on Instagram. Someone told me all those fine ass, excuse me, all those fine African Ghanaian women. You see on Instagram with big booties and stuff. They looking all good. They be broke.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. But see, they've learned. You funny, giant game. Steamroller. Yes, I did. I didn't repeat the other things I said now. they were. I, I gave it to them that day, all of them. They thought I was crazy. Well, what I'm saying is that they've learned the power of what they have. I don't mean like power like it's righteous or whatever. The hustle. I'll give you the righteous stuff. I can talk decent. I can give you the hustle. I can give you the whole 360. But for those who play this game, for the women out here who, first of all, we call booty to say be it nice. You're not just going to say ass or whatever. They call it nyash.
Yes.
Nyasa. Yeah. Nashi and nyash. Right? Some say yashi or nashi. It's the same with Nigeria. They call it, that's what it is. That is bargaining ability. But it doesn't seem like the guys out here go crazy over it because they see it all the time. Extreme. I mean, more pound for pound here than in America. It's something about the psyche. And this is me not talking bad about black women, right? You go to the affluent part of town in America. mixed neighborhood. You go to the poor part of town. In a black neighborhood that's poor, you'll see more beautiful asses there because it's almost a survival thing. It's weird. So you go to the poorer parts here, even though it may be country, because see, where I live is country. It's beautiful country. Some here have seen the views and I did some live stream. It's beautiful. But do you think it's beautiful to the people who are poor here, who want to aspire and get money? Right? So it's not beautiful to them. In their mind, they're suffering. But butt and booty is currency out here. Not that women are prostitutes. But if you want this, you better take care of this. You better make me secure. And they will
Dang.
dress
So
a
it's
certain
not hard to.
way.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And I'm
So
not saying
it's
they would
not.
dress that
If I go out there, it's not hard to get some. If I see like a big old knee eyes, it's not hard to like tap that.
easy. And I'm not putting the sisters down. I'm not saying all of them. Because a lot of them are built like that anyway, because this is Africa. This is where it come from. You see what I mean? So it's what's in their head. You got to know people, because see, me being on social media like this, there's a lot of people that know me in the street. They see me down at a mall in the more city-like areas, and then, oh, Lancescurv, I see you. I like what you do. So I get a chance to talk to all kind of people, and it's a thing where if you want this, you're not just going to get this without securing it. You understand? So, and some they have their own ways of negotiating because they know, and they'll play dumb too. They'll know exactly what's going on. Sometimes I'm walking down the street, there's 2 women, 3 women talking amongst themselves. I'm probably 6 car lengths away, walking in the street to the side. And how come the woman with her back turned to me always got to drop something and bend over, and the other girls look to say, "Oh, yeah, he's looking at you." I'm not. I'm walking down the street, but that's the trap. That's a
Dang.
big thing in this culture. The butt. And it's a beauty thing to them. Like men in America will say, "Oh, she's beautiful. Look at her face. That beautiful neckline. Look at her." No, here, booty is beauty. And the men here, the ones who see it like, "Oh, you are so beautiful." But I hate to say it, that one particular woman might look like Joe Frazier in the face. Just waking up. You know what I mean? But because she got a low waistline and the legs and the butt and all that stuff. And you have some women who go to these places who are here who may not be as endowed, and they have butt massage places here. It's not plentiful, but I know on the other side of town, way down, I saw 2 or 3 of them in a certain area where they go lay down on their stomach and they get this next woman that will do something, massage their behind, make the blood flow come in there. And I think there's some type of, horse pills or some kind of pills they might be taking. Because some of them is just like unreal. And it doesn't look fake. It's not like these people getting operations and stuff, and most of them are natural. But this is a very
Horse pills.
butt-centric place to live in.
He said horse pills.
Well, I know in Jamaica they have some women that take certain things. It's kind of like hormones and stuff, and it makes their backside extremely whatever. I said that. I can't
Dang.
confirm that it's horse pills, but it's stuff that some of them take, and that's in the minority because most of the women here are well endowed.
Well,
But
I'm not trying to stay on the topic of booty, but you're saying that if you come into Ghana, you're gonna see some well endowed, nice backsides.
as soon as you step off the plane, and I'm not saying I'm sitting here looking at that, but I'm a man and I notice, like, wait a second, it's like this, right? If I see nothing but muscular bodybuilder men, I'm gonna notice that. I ain't no homo. Like, damn, all these muscle dudes out here. What's up with that? Even women, they from America. Oh my God, these women, their backsides are, and it's not everybody. When you go into certain areas, you're like, wait a second, this is a bit much. And these are things we have to talk about. and the psychology of it all, and you see the scam that I told you about, and not everybody's doing that. You know, most people will look at you and stare at you at first because you're from somewhere else. I mean, growing up in your own neighborhood, you see some Czechoslovakian dude walking around, looking up and looking around. Where's he come from? Who is that? He don't belong here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, when you're
It's,
there initially, they can't tell you're African American, you're Black American until you talk.
put it this way, though. You're right about that in most cases, but they can just see you and the way you walk through your body language. It's just different. They can see it on a very subtle level. It's like down low brothers who are out there looking for other men. They'll see a dude that you'll say, that guy over there is straight. And he'll be like, no, he ain't. And go approach the dude, they walking off somewhere. See what I mean? Like, they got that radar sharp. Might be the clothes you have on, might be the way you hold yourself. My body language, I'm more relaxed now, but I'm always on point. Like, just growing up in New York City, okay, my tension that I carry within me is that even at this age, I'm more relaxed now. But growing up in New York City, I didn't grow up in a bad neighborhood, but I'm always ready to fight. I'm always ready to fight. Fight. So I walk with a chip on my shoulder? No. And briefly, August 1980, a man broke into my room. I think I broke one of his ribs. He got away. Long story, right? The next night, I'm riding my bike with a friend. I couldn't sleep. And a car pulls up next to me, and there's a dude with a gun in his lap, and there's a girl and another guy in the front seat. They say, this is about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. Is that him? And she's crying to me, yes, it's him, it's him. I said, oh, God, this mistaken identity. That's when I had to get out of there and jump down to the subway over the third rail. I didn't know what was going on. But that girl was raped, and they were driving around at night, and I wasn't the guy. But come to find out, that Saturday, she was at the block party, and she danced up on me, and I danced with her a little bit. I didn't know she had the mind of a 9-year-old. She's about 20-something, and she was a nymphomaniac in the neighborhood, giving it away, but somebody had raped her. And when she said, yes, 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 that's him, it's because she remembered me from the block party, because she lived 2 blocks up. The guys eventually apologized through some friends that we had in common. But about maybe 4 years later, they found her body decomposed on the side of the highway. She was raped again. She was screwing down everything. And what are you going to do? I mean, she was developmentally delayed, aka retarded. But she had a body and a half on her. And these grinding Negroes out here, you just walk up to a door and, she's home by herself and the folks are out working and she'll invite you in and you're like, what the hell? Most guys are like, all right, cool. That's a long story, but I told it quick. I almost got killed that night. And the night before, somebody broke into my room because of that same block party on the night before. My trophies and bodybuilding stuff and posters on the wall. My room was in the front behind hedges, but you can see up in there when it was lit. And people thought, somebody thought it was some money or some valuables up there. I was in the bed. Dude came, because we didn't lock windows. We just had the screens pulled down. He came in there, climbed in, and he's standing over me. And I jumped up out the bed and I squeezed him around his waist. I was still stupid asleep. My mother came in the room and she saw me. She was scared for him because I was going to do so. She knows my temper. Oh my God, Lance, please let him go. You're going to kill him. No. I'm not a killer type guy. But you came in my house. I'm very territorial. You come in my house. If anybody comes in this house and I'm sleeping, whatever, I got a vendetta. You ran up to the hallway, got up the front door, you practically crawled up the block, and I'm screaming. I was hysterical. Like Scarface at the end when he was sniffing that coke. I was crazy and I was mad. I was strong as heck back then. I know I broke one of his ribs. So 2 nights like that made me nuts. I'm watching out for stuff. I'm looking, making sure the door is locked. I got little weapons all over the house. Yeah, I'm like that now. But I'm controlled with it. But the first, that's my mentality. It was like being raped and violated. You can't forget that. My safety zone, my home growing up, I feel unsafe. 2 nights in a row, I had to run for my life. Well, that's a PTSD situation. That wasn't. You don't have to go to the military for that.
No, you don't have to. This is man, just live long enough. You'll experience it.
Oh, trust me, trust me,
I
trust
got
me. I slowly
PTSD,
do.
man.
I got
Say it again?
PTSD from being in prisons, man.
See that?
I mean,
Yo, I
I
gotta,
don't turn my back on people. Shoot.
I gotta run downstairs real quick and cut the computer off. I can take the phone with me, but there's certain parts of the house where the reception may cut me off. So I'm gonna leave
Hey,
it.
brother,
I'm
I'll
gonna run
hold it
down.
down now, brother. I'll hold it down, brother.
Okay, cool. And I have more good stories for you. Just give me like 3.5, 4 minutes. I gotta get on the computer, the other computer. I gotta cut one off. Right. So carry on, brother. I'm gonna be right back. Thank you so much.
Peace, brother. But yeah, PTSD can happen from anywhere. I got PTSD from working in corrections for, for the little time I was there. Shoot, I mean, I seen someone not, murder in front of my face, but on camera, I have to go in on that wing and work that wing with killers. I was in a dangerous unit. All prison units are dangerous. So, Brother Line is trying to say, you just gotta be careful out there. You don't lose it. You always have that street sense. To be born in the hood, you gotta know how to fight. You gotta watch your back, because if you don't, then it's over. I was in my hood, and in Inglewood, over off of Region too, right down the street from the courthouse. I had to watch out for all of them, man. Inglewood families, Queen Street Bloods, especially the Inglewood Thursdays, because there was a racial beef going on. And they didn't like blacks, so I had one neighbor, he was on that shit, and it's good language, but I had to I had to watch my back with him. He backed off me because he knew I wasn't gonna take no crap. So yeah, you gotta be careful, y'all. But Brother Lance is telling the truth. He's telling the truth about everything. You know. So yeah, y'all gotta be prepared and stay aware. He was still saying some real stuff about Dr. Umar Johnson. I don't know what's going on, Dr. Umar. We lost a lot of faith in our brother Umar. He's really having a mental breakdown. He's not all the way there. As a man, I think he just let it go to his head. You see, he's not being aware. Umar Johnson is not aware of the entire spectrum of the movement, of the situation we're in. You know, so I don't know what to talk about until Brother Lance gets back. I'm gonna see what y'all got to say on this chat in this chat room. Comments. He's been exposed. Omar's busted and disgusted. Okay, I see y'all now. Yeah, Omar is busted and disgusted. He's jacked up. Yeah, he's been exposed. What was his sister's name? Yeah, I've been to Jamaica. I've been to Ensenada, Mexico. I have yet to be to Africa yet. I'm planning on going to Kenya. I want to go to check out Kenya first. If I go check out Ghana, but either one is okay. Miss SWT. What countries have you been to? STW Barry 32. What countries have you been to? You got a passport? Yeah, people will still give this man money. Yeah, exactly. They're fools. If they're stupid, Tracy G, he's already been exposed. I'm not giving no money. He's no messiah. Who is you? Okay, Sweetberry. Thank you. Sweetberry. Miss, okay, sorry about that. Miss Sweetberry. What countries have you been to?
Yeah, I'm back, brother.
All right, brother, how you doing? I've been to Canada, Senegal, and Gambia. Okay, you already been to Africa. I gotta go to Africa. I think I'm gonna go this year, maybe just for 10 days. I'm gonna go to Africa. I gotta go either Kenya or Ghana. I don't know which one yet. I'm most likely probably do Kenya. What do you think, Real Lounge? You think I should go first, Kenya or Ghana?
Probably Kenya. Probably
Think
saying,
so? Kenya will be lit.
hey, you live in Ghana, but you're saying for him to go to Kenya. Yeah, because it's you go to Nairobi. From what I hear, I've never been there. That's going definitely on the hit list for me and Mrs. Scurv to go. Definitely want to go there soon when things are done. But there's a little more opportunity there with the for younger folks too. Not that you have to be. I'm not saying you're different because you're a little younger, but you have a little more fun. You go like Nairobi. It's a nightlife and restaurants and a lot of stuff going on. Here, there's stuff going on, but it's very limited, right? It's cool. I still would come here and choose to come here, but just like over here, over there, you still have city and the outskirts but I'm hearing on many levels the transition is much more easier. Although you still have things going on out there too now, illegal and little crimes going on and stuff like that. But um, if if I had to talk to the younger version of me, I'd go there. But I'm cool here because I haven't been through a lot, so I'm like, I'm good. You know what I mean? But I would like to go there and do stuff on a business level, connect with people. See, from what I'm hearing, it's a little different there. Now I know a brother who's been to our house in Orlando when we were living there, and we kept in contact. He's out of Kenya now. He's working out of the country. He's still on this side of the world, but he had arranged for some speaking engagements for me before COVID happened. And we were getting ready to get up out of here. That's when they shut the borders. So it never happened, and he had to go back and stuff. And I'm not a speaker per se, like a professional, but he said, "Man, you're so sincere. I want you to convince the Kenyans here that they're getting ready to get out of school to stay here, because you're not going to have the same experience you think going to America." Because he lived in America for several years too. And he was trying to say to them, like, we're at a time now, we have the internet, and that's the place to be. There are other places, but the thing I was saying before that, in the schools here from young, they kind of infer that your best life is somewhere else. You know what I mean? And the young kids coming up, and when they get to be young adults, it's in their mind, one day I want to go to America. I said, man, don't you see the videos and stuff that you see there coming from America? The homelessness and the crime and the drugs and the economy and how high things are? You want that? And it's in them that, like, yeah, I can make it there. And you could anyway if you have the grit. But I know the economy here has gotten a lot better overnight because the Ghanaian CD has, like, the exchange rate altered so greatly. It went from $1 to 16 CDs, and it went down to $1 for 10 CDs. Now, I'm not too happy about that because I used to be able to get 16 CDs out of $1. Now I can get 10. But it's okay. I'm good. For me, with an American dollar, it would cost a little more now because of the exchange, and it leapfrogged to one of the best performing currencies in the world. So if I do business here, it's going to have to be through its CDs. See? Because the dollar has been devalued. They're finding more things here, more resources, and the government, they're getting smart. The president is making some really good moves. Yeah. So you got to be keen on those different things, you know. But for the experience, yeah, you're right, Sweetberry. Because a lot of the places out here are catching up. You know, it's not always, you know, they're getting smart now. Burkina Faso and other leaders also. So that's why I'm trying to get stuff done. So, you know, things don't reduce more. But it is what it is. We did pretty good so far, you know, dealing with all the different obstacles and stuff. But it's worth exploring. And this is why President Trump is making things tougher, making the visas harder to, you know, get approved. Even there was a person who was in charge of that whole visa thing from America, forgot his name, but this was months ago. He basically said they're going to be scrutinizing a lot of the visa approvals coming into Ghana. Specifically, he said Ghana, because people are coming here and they don't like the fact that people are coming here liking it, and a lot of them are moving. It's not like it's like several million that are moved, but that goes against Memorandum 46. That goes against, you know, keeping it in your mind that America is the sugar honey iced tea. And all the stress and different things. Look, if you put me there again, you can drop me in Times Square, New York right now, and I'll be like a duck to water. Right? But why? Why would I want to deal with that lack of the stress and all? And I was never stressed in New York City because I was always avoiding it. I was slick. I was never, oh my God, I'm so stressed. I want to get out of here. I never had that going on. But I would want to go to where it was better. That's why I left New York in the first place in 2001. You know, went down to Orlando. It was cool for a while. I started running into people in the street that were no good in New York. I'm like, man, I got to get out of here again. And I was there for 19 years. You know, so it all depends on the person, their temperament, what they want to do, their vision. You know, like for me, I know I'm not 20 years old no more. Right? Certain things don't interest me, but I'm not talking like I'm 95 either. I'm a strange person. I'm 62, and I feel like I'm 28 or 30, but I know I'm not. So I'm not wasting time, but I still want to enjoy myself in specific ways. But I live like a monk, basically. That's a far cry from what I was many years ago when I was younger. I was always a life of the party. Always, come on, let's take a ride. Let's go here. Let's go there. Now, like I've been on the property for the last 3 days. I didn't leave. I didn't go outside these walls. You know, and chill. Because I have a lot to think about, and there's a lot behind me. Although there's still a lot ahead of me, because a lot of people in my age group, they start thinking more behind them. I'm looking for my best days ahead of me. I'm not talking about lounging. I'm talking about accomplishing stuff, creative stuff. I'm very excited. That'll keep me here longer. You know,
That is sure. You got the fire in you. There's a lot of people in here 60 years old. They're like, oh, I'm old. It's over. It's done. My best years behind me. You're like, nah, man. I'm in my prime. I haven't even peaked yet. What is a peak? I don't know what is a peak. What's the definition of peak? I'm still in my prime. I'm going. You still working out, Lance? You still hitting the weights?
I'm trying to get some weight so I can build a room here to make another wing over here to put my own gym.
Okay, are you
But
doing
I'm
some body weight push-ups? You know,
Well, I started
pull-ups,
after many years.
burpees.
I just started. I'm always stretching, doing stuff like that, but I really want to get into being the best that I can be at this age, which I'm not going to try to be what I was when I was 19, 20 years old in those pictures, right? But I do want to get back into bodybuilding sensibly. And when I do it, and people say, man, you've been saying that for years. Yeah, I've been saying it for years because when I do it, I got to do it right. I'm not going to half-ass it like people. So, but very soon when I get to a certain point, I don't have to wait till I build on another wing. I can do it from now, but I'm looking for some weights here. And not just weights, but just different things, different ways of eating, different ways of thinking, utilizing the atmosphere here. But right now, I'm probably at my worst. And still, that's better than a lot of people, even half my age. But when I do get into it the way I want to do, people will be like, yo, I think he's taking some steroids or something. And it's not to get big or whatever, but I have the basic strength from the foundation. It's like an old fighter. Like, they had the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson thing, and I think it was staged. Mike Tyson could have messed him up. But
It
Mike
was
Tyson was on.
staged.
Yeah, it was staged.
It
But do
was
you
staged. I
think
mean,
that?
Mike Tyson, muscle memory. No, Jay Paul is fake. That's why boxing went such downhill, man. It's so sad. Like everything feels so artificial now. Boxing is
Exactly.
so bad. I mean, boxing died, I would say, in the 2000s. The 2000s was like the last great time for boxing. After that, in my personal opinion, I hate to blame one man, but Mayweather really did do something to the sport. He destroyed. My dad told me that I didn't want to believe it, but Mayweather did a really great disservice to boxing. And ever since
Yeah.
it became fake, they got this weirdo out there named Jake Paul. He's not a real fighter.
But you
Who
know
now
who's fighting
imitates
now?
boxing?
You know who's going to fight now? Jake Paul.
Who?
Anthony Joshua.
Get out of here. Oh, that's another fake fight.
Yeah. He's already
It's
going to
all
beat
for the
him.
money.
Yeah. Because, he took those losses, Joshua. So, people are not going to really, but that's like still, Joshua should kill this guy, but they're
Mm-hmm.
going to stage it and make it a big event and whatever. Yeah. It's like wrestling. It's like entertainment.
Yeah,
So
man.
everything in
Back
the
then,
world you see now is staged, and
they used to do that stuff back then the same like when George Foreman fought fought five boxers in one night. But that was
I watched
real.
that.
That
Yeah,
was
that was in
real.
the
That's the only
70s.
difference. That was
Yeah, I
insane.
remember that.
He was a powerhouse. One hitter quitter. Like he hit you one punch. It's like, oh shoot. I mean, he wasn't Ernie Shavers strong, but I mean, he hit you one punch. I feel it now. Ernie Shavers is a different story. Ernie Shavers was the hardest hitting heavyweight of all time. He was
Of
the
all
most
time.
talented
Exactly.
boxer. But Ernie Shavers
Yeah.
hit you with that one good hand left hook. It's over. You're like, oh my god, what the heck was that? What was that?
But see, with them, it's a different kind of punch. And I forgot how they described it, but they were saying how with George Foreman, his blows were so powerful and thudding. It was like getting hit by a telephone pole. With Shaver, you saw your life flash ahead of you. I would rather get hit by Foreman.
Yeah.
And Foreman was one of the hardest hitters, right? But Shavers, his power, like, I don't know where it came from. He was a strong looking guy. He wasn't super muscular like Ken Norton or anything.
He's a
He beat up
farm. You know, he grew
Norton.
up on a farm.
Yeah, that's that farm boy strength.
He's a
Exactly.
farm boy. He used to drink milk, eat meat, ate fed him real good. He got out there 7 days a week and work. I mean, work and rest Sunday, but he was a farm boy.
Right.
Same thing with George Foreman, a farm boy. He's a country boy. He had that
Yep.
country strength.
Yep. And, his boxing technique may not have been the best, but his power, because he had losses from people that he could have knocked out easily, but he just didn't catch them. But everybody knows Ernie Shavers. People know George Foreman. Yes, he's right there with him, but it's a different type of punch that Foreman had, because see, Shavers didn't have to wing it. He'd just throw it at you, and that's it. Trust me. I'd rather get hit by George Foreman
Yeah.
than get hit by Ernie Shavers. Ernie Shavers, his thing was murderous.
Word. And it's funny, George Foreman didn't want to fight him either. George Foreman said, "No, I don't want to fight. I'm good."
Exactly. No, because Foreman loved to get knocked down. He had some. He fought Ron Lyle and all that. No, if Stay was at Foreman, that would have been it. I grew up on those guys. I know. I studied it. I'll never forget. But like you were saying, this world is so manufactured, engineered.
It's artificial,
fake.
man.
It's artificial.
You got people, and I'm not gonna lie, I agree with this, but I'm 34 years old. I'm still considered a young man, right? But I remember the 90s, like the tail end of the 90s. I remember the 2000s, but I remember the 90s, man, the 2000s, like early 2000s, right? That's what they keep saying. That's when it was like raw. But man, it was a different era. It was a different feel. It was different. People are right now trying to go anti-social media. People are deleting their Instagram. All over Instagram right now, you see 90s nostalgia, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. People keep trying to say, man, I wish they brought it back, man. Social media destroyed everything because now everything is so overexposed. Before then, things were like a mystery, and that was cool because life is a mystery. Before then, things were like a little bit more. They were more raw. It was a lot less. How can I say? What's the word? Less political correctness. People could be a little bit more raw back then, and they wouldn't be that offended. You could deal with it.
You can say what you wanted to say, and people understood it. Unless you really were venomous, the comedians have to be careful now. You're shadow banned. You're scrubbed off of the internet if you have a different opinion. Like you have to walk within the lines. It's in control, and that's not right.
If the Chappelle show was on today, it would be counter after like the first 3 episodes. It wouldn't happen. If Bill, what's that dude's name? Bill, not Bill Maher. What's that comedian? That's another guy. But okay, like even like O'Reilly, right? O'Reilly used to be a lot more hardcore back then. Bill O'Reilly, as racist as he was more hardcore back then. Nowadays, you gotta tone it back. Like even a white man can't be a white man no more. And I'm not gonna lie, I mean, it sounds crazy. I miss the old school white man, but he was just wrong.
You didn't have to think about what they're saying, or you didn't think about what they were thinking.
Yeah, they just said it, and it's like you gotta deal with it. But you know what? That racist white man can call you that, but he still give you a job and still drink a beer with you. I miss that white man. Like it is what it is. That's how you think, bro. But that racist white man will still give you a job, still pay you on Friday, and still drink a beer with you.
I gotta give you credit. I might wake up and write an article on that, man. I can go deep on that.
That's deep. I miss the old school white man. Man, you were raised hard. Yeah, but guess what? They made you a man though. I miss the old school black man. Old school black man, he'll get called a nigga. Guess what? He'll drink his beer and go home. He might knock his wife up a few times, knock his kids, I guess. He'll get his ass up with a job, pay the bills to take care of home. That's what happened to old school. Now you got black men so sensitive. Oh, your aunts, man, get your ass up out there and work. It's the world. We had more tolerance back then. We're not as tough as we were. We're not as tough as we are now. We're not that tough. We're weaker now.
Very much so. Very much so. That's the world I come from back then. I don't know how to adapt. I don't want to adapt. And people are thinking things, so they have to reserve themselves. And it's just, it's like having a size 12 foot, but you got to wear a size 10 shoe. Give me the size 12, man. I'm not going to sit here and be restrained. No way. But you're right, Tracy J. Living Color would have definitely been canceled.
Oh yeah, Living Color, all that stuff. South Park, man.
But see, that's why I wanna come out with some crazy art. I might have to not put my name on it, man, because I'm gonna come out with some things that infuriate people. Because even the other day, when Barack Obama said every young man needs to have a gay friend, what kind of message are you saying, right? So I was going to show this picture of him saying that, and under the table there's this gay professor that it was like that. You know what I mean? Man. I want to put it in people's face. Certain people can say certain things, and you can't respond to it. I have to make up, and that's why I'm going to put a lot of stuff that is super hardcore on Lancescurv X. because you can do that there as long as you label it like adult or whatever risque kind of thing. So I can just be free. I'm gonna put a lot of my
Yeah.
stuff on there. I gotta just make a schedule. Like I like this format, like on Saturday night, to have a freestyle type of thing. You know what I mean? So I can still talk about some of the things that were smaller, but still go on in free flow. You know, and I'm gonna do this every Saturday for real. I like that. And going longer too. You know, but this world is so plastic, man. It doesn't feel right to me. And I'm way out here, up in the mountains and in my own world. It's real to me. What I feel up here, I'm gonna tell you too. I couldn't live in New York City. I can take to it like a duck to water, but New York City is not New York City anymore. It lost its soul. Like
Everyone
me out
says
here,
that. Everybody says
yeah,
that.
I'll tell you, I know that. When I went back in, was it 2003 or 2004? I left, I was last up there on the April 5th, 2001, when I closed on selling my house up there. But I had already moved down to Florida in February and started looking for work and different stuff right away. This house wasn't sold. And I had some violations of things that I did to the house that I couldn't sell it. So I corrected those things, right? Because I had like illegal apartments in there, which were hooked up. It wasn't any shabby, whatever. People were like, yo, I'll live here. I ripped everything out and made everything new with my bare hands. And people were like, wow. But in selling it, the inspectors came around. They said, oh, you got to remove this, you got to remove that. I had knocked the door in the side of the house so the people from upstairs can come out and go out the side and put these concrete steps. They said, you got to bust these concrete steps down. It was huge. I put metal in there. I'm an extremist. There's no way. We had a jackhammer that wouldn't even chip that thing because I had fiberglass reinforcement in there also. So we drove around and found a house that looked just like mine, but they didn't have steps and they had the door, you know. And so we took the picture and brought it into where they, approved those things, and boom, okay, no problem, you corrected it. And other things too. I had to be slick that way. And so we got it sold and everything. The new owner didn't mind. But what I'm saying is that I know that's something I know. The flavor of the real New York. Now I know they had its flavor in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. But remember, my folks took me around. I was born in 63. By the time 1968, 69 came around, I was 5, 6 years old. You'd be surprised on how much I knew about the city and picked up on the real vibration, the historic vibration. That's my root. That's what I crave now. I know I'll never get it. So I was like, why stay there? I'm never going to have it there again. I left New York, man. It was changing from back then. I saw it.
Dang.
I mean, the old Times Square, man, I used to slip out 13 years old and go around all these places that may have been thought of as dangerous, whatever, but I was comfortable because I knew the city so well going around my father on his different job sites. So I had other teenage friends and that I met 3 days on that job site, 4 days on that one. You get to know them. I knew people. I was always near a place I can say, hey, I got to use a bathroom or you got something to eat, whatever, all over. So me exploring all of that, man, I have a storehouse of memories. Next week, we're going to talk about some of those stories growing up, things that can never happen now because the soul of New York is gone. Once 9/11 happened, something, people were different. It's like they were weak. Like they were scared. It was like, it may not have been just that. It's just they were missing something.
Man, what do you mean? Okay, man, break it down. Like, how was New York pre 9/11? The rawness of it. What do you mean? Was it like, how were the people? Break it down. What do you mean?
The people had personality, they had flavor. Prior to 9/11, living in New York City was like eating some woman's chicken that she's from the South and she's 80 years old and been cooking chicken all her life. You're like, this thing is good. And after 9/11, it's like eating white people chicken. No flavor, no seasoning. Gone.
Dang.
hmm Everything was more colorful. Everything was more natural. Now, it's the concrete jungle in many places, but human vibration was high. The artistry, the nightclubs, the plays, the talent, the personalities. Most New Yorkers, no matter what your background, you could have been from Russia, you could have been from anywhere, Scotland, you could have been from Trinidad. The flavor of the place was so rich because remember, New York is one of the most culturally diverse places in the world. And
Right.
what's the neighborhood there? In Queens. It's at the top of my tongue. But that has been voted for several years running. That one little neighborhood, the most culturally diverse place in the world. The whole
Wow.
city is, yeah, and it's still like that.
You
But
sure?
it's
I thought it got gentrified.
well, not all the places are gentrified, and it's just too many. Put it this way: any nation in the world, you can find a restaurant there, even if that neighborhood is only 2 blocks wide. Every country in the world has representation there. There's somebody that lives in New York City, and they have a little community or bigger community. It truly is a melting pot, but it's so commercialized now. You see what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, so look what Megan said. There were less thugs, less old ladies, and less gays. Post 911, post COVID, New York City now full of weirdos. Yeah, New York. I'm not there. I went back several times with several years in between, but I knew it so well from the root, and it wasn't the place that I knew growing up. The buildings are still there and everything, but it's almost like the same flavor that you have or feeling that you have, and it's like just coming from a funeral. You see what I mean? It's like it's got that feel, like you know, like somebody died. you know, like the place died. There was an excitement. I could not keep myself from that place. Remember, when I was in Queens, I was born in Manhattan. My parents went to Queens when I was 5, right? And my father maintained his business in Manhattan, his shop. So I was always in Manhattan, still always in Queens. So it's like I grew up in both places, even though it's the same city, you know, but different neighborhoods, different place, whatever. New York, Manhattan was so cosmopolitan that Queens, the folks that lived in Manhattan, they considered Queens the country. They considered Queens the way people considered Long Island, like, oh, out there. They would even say, oh, you live out on Long Island. No, I live in Queens. Oh, you out there in the country. You got yards and you got trees, rabbits, snakes, praying mantises, bumblebees, fireflies. You won't find one of them things now. It's stripped out, it's commercialized. Every city grows from the inside out. Like you fill up a cup of water
Uh,
with a gallon of water, it's going to spill over all over the place. So you have Manhattan, then all of a sudden, Brooklyn, downtown Brooklyn. You know, that's like the city. And it spills out
that's
more.
that's that's how I feel about LA, like Los Angeles, where I'm from. It's not the same,
Hmm.
and it's really different now. It's so bad. That's why I mean I live in Texas now. It's like it's all right, but it's just me. It's just here. I'm just here living. I want to travel the
Right,
world, essentially go to Africa, Kenya, Ghana. That's my main goal. I mean, plus I got a Los Angeles because it's just too expensive. But my point is that it lost its soul. Like LA is not LA like it used to be. It lost a lot of
right.
soul.
I could imagine. I mean, I've never been there, but I have a way of absorbing because I growing up, I read a lot. I talked to a lot of people. I was exposed to a lot of people in the city, which in essence at that time was like traveling the world. There's nothing that beats traveling. When you get a chance, like my father's clients and different people, well to do and well traveled, and you get a chance to mix and mingle with these people, it really put me ahead because in New York City, it, there was a time when you had some people who lived out in Queens or lived out in Brooklyn. They just went to work and came home. They didn't they didn't explore the city like I did. And remember, I went to the High School of Art and Design there on 57th Street and Second Avenue. Right when I came out from school, we'd all head over to Times Square, go to the second floor of this particular McDonald's on was it 7th Avenue and 46th or 47th Street, and we do our homework there. And the friends that I had, some lived in Queens, and we'd ride home together. And other ones, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. They go to the Bronx, the other ones go to Brooklyn. That's so I have all of that in my head. You know what I mean? Going around that way. So I wasn't scared to go around. I used to, like I said, in the mid 70s, 12, 13 years old, I was down there. I was a good kid, but sometimes I had to lie. Oh, I'm gonna spend the night over my friend Gary's house, all right? tell, tell I went to the store with your father, your mother, and I would go out to the city. That was the worst stuff that I did. I was a good kid though. And the imagery, this let me tell you something. Times Square, I'll make up a word, is so Disneyfied, so clean. The best way Times Square was when it was sleazy. Sleazy. You have more fun, but you see more stuff. Now it's just so damn commercialized. Yeah,
It's too. You're trying to say it's too tame.
very
You miss
sanitized.
you missed the untamed version of it. I missed the untamed Los Angeles. It used to be wild back then. They said, "Oh,
Right, right.
the gang
That's the
violence was
equivalent.
too much. The gang violence
Right.
was a lot." Yeah, but I missed the gang violence a little bit because it made everything. Oh,
It
it was
added to the
turbulent. Yeah,
flavor.
but it had
It
it
added to
had
the
flavor.
flavor.
It had personality.
Yes.
My,
Oh
my,
yes,
my
and I will.
dad, my dad
We,
got
we
stories
we
for
will
years.
bring back. We will bring back some dollar van confession, bus stop confessions. From driving the bus and driving the dollar van. That's another way of my life that I haven't even really touched on live. You want to talk about stories? You want to talk about stories? Being in the van, picking up people. I was legal, but South Jamaica, Queens, St. Albans, and you picking up strangers. Your van is fancy. My van was fancy, right? It stood out. But when you want to make money, you just go out there. And I had a schedule, and I was making good money from the end of '95 to the beginning of '98. I was a renegade. I was in the streets. I was polite and I'm intelligent, but human nature, that was another part of my life that sharpened it up even more. I knew how to read that road, and it just gave me a better gift of discernment. It's almost like being in the batter's cage in spring training in baseball, and they have the machine that throws the balls at you. You got to hit it. Curveball, knuckleball, fastball. But you got people coming at you. The same thing driving the bus. Same thing working in the jail. Life is wonderful. I've had a lot of experiences, man. I got to get some friends to remind me some of the stories I even forgot. I don't forget them, but some just stay on the surface. I know I'm going to tell some dollar van stories. I'm going to tell some dollar stories. Did I tell you the one? I think I mentioned the other night. I wasn't speaking to it was a personal conversation. Stop me if it rings a bell. And I have to explain how the dollar vans worked in those days. They still have them, but it's like so sanitized, and it wasn't the wild, wild west. I can drive crazy, but safe at the same time. But you get up early in the morning, up 4:30. You get up there from 5 in the morning and pick up the first people. You have the bus routes that you run along. Technically, you're not legal to go on the bus stop. Cops didn't care. The only people who didn't like you doing that was the TLC, Taxi and Limousine Commission, but you had their plates. So you were cool with them, but they didn't want you to do that. You had the sheriff that would come around, and you had DOT, Department of Transportation. They had their undercover cars. So now there's all these undercover cars really trying to bust the people who had private plates coming out there hustling, because back in '79, there was a boycott. The buses stopped running. So if you lived where the trains ended in Queens, you were cool. But if you lived further out in Queens where there were no trains, that was called a two-fare zone. So you had to take a bus or get your family members to drop you to the trains, and then you continue on into Manhattan because most of the jobs were in Manhattan. Still, you had some in Queens, but when you're out, way out in Queens, you were going toward the city, toward Manhattan, which we called it the city. But technically, it's all the city. Staten Island, Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan. So when the bus strike happened, people, family members would get up and take their loved ones to the train and drive back. But then now, because the bus strike was going on, those buses carried a lot of people. So you're passing 80, 90, 100 people on the bus stop. You a man, you work late, but you get up early to take your wife to the subway. You got 3 seats open and you see your neighbor there. Well, come on, I'll take you. And they'd hand you $1. You're like, no, you ain't got to give me that. No, take it. It's all right. You got gas to burn. So the dude drops off his neighbors and his wife and sees more people at the bus stop. He's like, oh, hell, I can do this again. Come on, I'll take you. That joker's out there to 12 noon or really like 10:30 when the rush hour ends from early in the morning. You look around, he got like $125 in his pocket back then. He's like, yo, I can do this every day. I can do this during the rush hour coming back because I got to go pick up my wife, drop her home, and go back and get some more. Well, some guys were like, I'm going to get a van. I'll get a bigger scoop. On the bus routes that I did, I had a 7-passenger van. Nobody really got a 15-passenger van for those shorter routes. On Merrick Boulevard and Guy Brewer, they did it there because those were longer routes and you can pick up and drop off and pick up and drop off. So it wasn't like take these 7 to the train station, you know? And there was a strategy with that in Queens. It was a science, and I mastered the bad boy. A lot of guys did. There was a science to it. You'd have to know it to know. Your main goal was to pick up the people, get them to the subway as fast as you can, and get back down to the bottom of the route. During the rush hour, you ain't hanging out, well, let me get a little breakfast, let me get some coffee. No! That window of opportunity is only open up for a certain time. The other tactic is you don't have to go to the end of the route to fill your van up. So when you come from the subway, if you can get people that are closer to the subway, time-wise, you can make more money. So back then, you could have about $150 by the time 11 o'clock comes. You take a little break. The road is slower. There's always people out there, but it's over with, you know, the rush hour. Some people keep dogging it and dog it all the way to the evening rush hour and stay out at night. They were just greedy. They were crazy. But there were rules to the road and a brotherhood out there. And I had some of my best times out there in the road. There's dangerous stuff that happened. I had a gun put to my head one time. I got robbed another time. A guy ahead of me, I let him go ahead of me. He's like, man, I want to go down to, I got to pick up my daughter. Let me get a load. You're ahead of me. I said, go ahead, man. I got you. The guys jumped in his van, shot him in the stomach, took his shoes, left him there bleeding. He almost died. But it wouldn't have been me because this guy was from Africa. He didn't speak English very well. He was looked at as an easy, mark. Me? I don't think they would have did it to me. Not because I'm Superman. I can get shot too. But I grew up in Queens in that area. I already knew the drug dealers and the thug guys. I grew up with these guys. I'm not that. But the guys who went the other way and did bad things, they know my mother. My mother would feed everybody the milk and cookies and Lancescurv. And yeah, so we had a kindred thing going on where, oh, you doing bad shit out here, but I don't do that, so you respect it. You see what I mean? Well, Lance don't get down like that, man. Whatever. So I had that respect where a lot of the other guys that were from other countries didn't get the respect. I had a hard time coming on because on those routes that I did, it was a lot of Jamaican dudes, right? So when they see me, they saw an American guy, which I'm born American. But they gave me a hard time, and I stood up to them. And plus, they found out that I knew dudes that would do stuff to them because I got fights out there. That was my last knockout that I knocked somebody out in 1997 out in the street, jumped in my face. But they accepted me when they found out that my father was from Jamaica. And then I was like part of the crew. There's I can talk about this thing on so many different levels, but
Hey,
one night,
Lance.
yeah,
Oh, sorry. Hey, I want to know, how did New
yes, man.
York work in terms of its criminal activity, like its criminal infrastructure? I know, like where I'm from, Los Angeles, had like Bloods and Crips, and then you had like crews, like dudes that not everybody wasn't Blood and Crip, but you had dudes that were selling drugs. They did their own thing. I know New York didn't have like, Bloods and Crips back then, so they had
Right.
something like crews and blocks,
Eventually
right?
they
How did?
came. Well,
Uh-huh.
it was like an unwritten rule from what I understand and what I see, because I was never in those things, but you're close enough to it. I'm not a street guy, but driving the van and growing up and knowing the guys who do stuff and you hear the stories, I was close enough to all of that stuff to know, but I did not do those things. But I can tell you what I do know is that it was an unwritten law, and certain places you didn't go, certain things you don't do. Meaning, when you say don't go, you don't step on somebody else's hustle. Like, you know
Uh-huh.
what they're doing, you leave it alone. It's an order of things. And I'll tell you something too. I never paid to be with a woman in my life, but I knew guys that did that. Close friends of mine. So we're hanging out. I never had a problem that way. Some of these guys did. They were social misfits, but they were cool people. Come on, man, let's go to the spot. Let's go to the 20 spot. The 20 spot is where at that time I'm saying this for a reason. I'm not just trying to talk about a whorehouse. The 20 spot was a place where you went and released yourself. So right in the neighborhood. You walk up the steps, in these places. I got a funny story about that too. Another one. It's so crazy. And you walk in an apartment, a regular apartment that's done different. Couches all on the edge, half naked women that were pretty much illegal. And they were like working off to the madam to get their status, and it might take years. Like, you got to pay this amount of thousands before we help you with your papers type thing. So you saw a lot of South American young ladies, black, Latino looking, all different types. So they're like, come on. And I was always embarrassed. I don't want to see me go up in there because I don't want anybody thinking I'm paying for it. They didn't care. Some of them were military and they were used to that anyway. Okay, come on. I'll go. Man, I had to scare my life. I'm sitting up in there and these girls are, come on, Poppy, you want to come in? I said, no, it's okay. It's okay. Right? All of a sudden, I see a line of cops led by a white shirt, a lieutenant, 6 cops behind him. I said, oh, man. One cop stood by the door to go out of the apartment. I'm sitting here. The guys are in the back getting their jollies off. And I'm sitting out there. Like, there's 2 of the little Mexican guys. They were just watching the women. They didn't know what they were going to choose. I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, man, I'm going to get arrested. They're going to say I'm up in the whorehouse, up in the spot. That's not me. The lady who was a madam handed the lieutenant the envelope. He turned around, looked me dead in the eye. For some reason, he looked me to that. Carry on, fellas. Have fun.
That's
They were
for
getting their
real.
cut. They were getting their
That's
cut.
real. You
Man,
can never tell me corruption is not real. I never seen it with my own eyes, but I know it exists.
yeah. So now I was doing something that I put a new name on. Ladies know about Kegels. I was so scared I was doing anal Kegels, man. I was like flexing up. I was like, I'll get ready to get locked up, right? I was still messed up after they left. I said, I can't believe this. But the main thing is that crime was all over. You play by the rules. From what I've seen, whatever hustle you had, you pay your price. You pay, and they'll leave you alone. If you don't pay, they're gonna bust you. See? So
Mhm.
that's the order that I knew. After, say, the crack thing, in the early 80s when they came around, that went out the window. But that was mostly in Black and Latino neighborhoods where guys got greedy. There was no unwritten rule. There's certain things you didn't do. I remember in the 70s in Manhattan by my father's shop, things were different. Right next door to that was a number spot, but it was like a restaurant. It was a real restaurant, but it was a number spot. They played the illegal numbers. Church ladies going in there after church, whatever. There was a guy there named Johnny who ran it. And there was a point that I understand where East met West, meaning that the mob controlled stuff in the Black neighborhood, but they didn't deal in Black dealings on all levels. The top guys in the various Black neighborhoods dealt with the mob, and that's where the worlds met. But within, like my father's shop was in Washington Heights above Harlem. And we lived before we moved out to Queens on 152nd Street between Amsterdam and St. Nick, right where Convent Avenue begins. And it was right there. So I knew all the people around there. So this guy named Johnny who ran that spot, he comes out, he had a big afro, dark glasses, always dressed down, that little pot belly. This man cool. And I'm maybe like 6 years old or something, very young, 6, 7 years old. I'm standing in front of the shop that my father had. So I was on the sidewalk, and Johnny came out, hey, little man. And I'm smiling because when he said that, I was always shadow boxing because in my mind, I was going to be a boxer. I was going to be a world champion. And I'm shadow. My father showed me moves. He was like, man, he's going to be good. So I'm shadow boxing. I'm performing. Right? I don't know. I was always doing that. Right? People would stop and see me and say, hey, it's some other old guy. Hey, throw your punch this way or whatever. So my father steps out at that particular time. Not to say nothing to him because him and Johnny were cool. So Johnny was like, so polite. He asked my father, can I give him this? And so my father said, yeah, go ahead. So he gave me $5. $5 for a 7-year-old, 6-year-old. Shoot, how much comic books I can buy with that? So he gave it to me, and my father looked at me like to say, you better tell him thank you. I said, thank you, Mr. Johnny. Thank you so much. He's always giving me money. So I'm standing by the door by my father's shop. Johnny's standing by in front on the sidewalk, and 2 cars pull up. They look like Lincoln Town cars, but I don't know if they had Lincoln. They did, but they were so like low looking, and the doors were so wide. When you open them up, it's like you blocked the street. These 2 cars pulled up. It was hot out there. These dudes had trench coats. Jumped out the car. Johnny didn't even hit the ground yet. He's dancing. And I'm right there. And he dropped to the ground, and I never forgot the sound of his skull hitting the ground. And I pulled back. My father pulled me back. The guys wasn't trying to spray everybody up. They came for him. He crossed somebody. Back in those days, whenever something happened to you, nobody would say anything like, oh my God, it's so terrible. Some would say your loved one. But other people would say, he done crossed somebody. Because nobody did anything to somebody for no reason at all. Unless you were a 2-bit person who robbed clothes or groceries or something. You know, that's lower level stuff. So those guys, like, you know, the Nicky Barnes guys, they were cars that went by people. That Nicky Barnes. I don't really know these, you know, growing up. But as I got older, I began to understand. But there was a rule. The streets had rules. You don't violate nobody, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You pay up, who you have to pay up to, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Whether you're selling heroin, other types of drugs, whatever. There's an order to things. And people did things for a long time with no problem because they followed the order. From what I saw, when crack came, there was no more order. Anybody can go in the kitchen and cook up crack and sell it from their house on the corner, and they let it thrive for a while. They wanted it to destroy the black neighborhoods there and all over the country. And to see that change of, earlier on, the flavoring of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, and you come into the early 70s and it still has that flavor. You go into the barber shops and they talk about revolutionary stuff. If you were gay black man, you kept that quiet, man. Everybody knew that you was gay. You wasn't flaming. Some were. You had some dudes out there in dresses. Some. But even they were conscious. Even they had respect to elders, and even the flaming, I'm gonna say it this way. Any LG, I'm not trying to be funny, I'm gonna say it like it is. Any faggot out there in a dress, trust and believe. He knew when to cool that stuff out. If there was a
For real.
funeral, if there was a funeral to go to, whatever, he showed up as a man. They got more respect. Like, we're gonna leave him alone. We know he works Monday to Friday, and he has his friend with him, and they retreat to his apartment on Friday, and the friend leaves Monday morning to go to work. We know what you up in there doing. Maybe you might go to the market or go to a play, whatever. We left you alone. You didn't bother nobody. I saw a homosexual flaming dude beat a straight man down, beat the man down, and the homosexual dude was a cross-dresser, but he wasn't all but he had makeup on. He beat the straight man down because we found out that straight man was messing with kids.
Damn.
I saw my own eyes. I may be a faggot, but you ain't gonna F with no babies around me, Emma Effer. You better be glad I beat your ass down, because I could have cut you into the next level. You'd have met your dead mama or something, he said. But even the bums, they doing nothing, they begging or whatever. They might do a little menial job and take the garbage you have, and it's not garbage day, but you want to get it out because you got a party coming, and dump it in the next neighborhood and just take it off your hands. There are little things, illegal things that went on there. But even the bums went to the thrift store and got that weird looking purple suit that was cheap to get, high waters and all, and showed up with respect.
Yeah, they even said back in the winos we drinking and stuff, but shoot, when in time, they be wearing suits and stuff that we drinking their yak, they be wearing suits and throw some peppermint in their mouth and look decent. They'll try to look halfway
Exactly.
decent.
Exactly. Even the bums, even the
The
winos. You a
winos.
church lady, or you a woman in the neighborhood coming in late, they escort you to your door. And you know the neighborhood dudes that they ain't gonna do nothing to you because in your neighborhood you looked out for everybody. I remember that. I remember that. There was never no kid that was locked out. Did they have cell phones back then? But he lost his key and his mama didn't come home yet. There was all these other places there. Come on with me, baby. So your mama come home, or designated where the mother would call this lady's house, and the child doing his own work now. I fed him already. He'll be asleep by the time you come back, but it's okay. That's what I remember. Not this antisocial, not speaking, whatever. And in this world with people who've crossed me, I'm that. I'm not saying nothing to you. Don't come to me for nothing. But drop dead, don't even mess with me. And I return the favor. There are people who have violated me so much. I'm not saying like some sexual thing. I'm saying like just adults that they should know better. You broke code. These people that grew up after, they break. There's a code that you're not supposed to break, man. As a black man and a black woman, you don't certain things you don't do. Like my friend Kevin, we were talking the other day, and he knows I'm like this. And he was in the chat room. Kevin Clark, he came in earlier. He might still be listening. You don't violate your tribe. You don't violate your crew. Your sister, I'm not trying her if you part of my crew. When I was younger, you know, she might have had a little crush on me, but I ain't gonna try to screw her. She's safe with me. You have a girlfriend you broke up with, I'm not gonna try it. I'm not. Because now you're gonna think, oh, when she was with me, he was always eyeballing her. No. Even if she came on to me, no, there's too many women out here. I can't do that. Don't violate. Now, back in the day, if I didn't know you, some woman hitting on me and I didn't know you, this is Brooklyn somewhere, and it was a one nighter or something like that. Well, come on, let's go. I'm just telling it like it is. But a piece of crap like an Omar who's just out here playing one role, getting money, predatory, he more worried about all of these women, and women will come. As a man, when you do what you're supposed to do righteously, I don't care if you're a janitor, I don't care if you're a scientist, whatever station you have in this life, if you do what you have to do and you're a man and you budget your money right, you live clean, you don't have to worry about a woman. It's a divine thing. A woman will come to you.
That's why I'm
You don't
not
have to
worried.
go.
I'm out here busting my butt, working super hard. I'm like, man, I want to find me. I'm like, God will send a woman to your way. I'm out here. I got my own place. I pay my own rent. I got my own money. It's gonna come.
Mhm. Welcome, April. Yes, and if I missed anybody in the chat room and Sonia too. Yes, yes, indeed. But yeah, no, you're right. That's the way it works. Look, there are divine energies that we're not aware of, and I've said this before. How is it that with everybody on the whole planet having sex, when the children come out, it's close to 50% girls, 50% boys? It might be 47, 53, it might be 49, 51, but it's never where, 90% of the children born in the world were girls this year. Just the same way, when you make yourself attractive to a real conscious woman by doing what you have to do to take care of yourself as a man, securing yourself, which shows her that you can secure her. Don't mind these girls. I got my car and I got my, and that's a lot of pain because the guys that screwed them over. But when you do what's right and you fulfill your role as a man, a woman will fit into what you're doing when she knows that you're pure and right and doing the right thing. And she'll realize that what she dealt with before were knuckleheads to get her that way. Let me tell you something. As a man, in the times of my life when I was doing what was right, man, I've had even lesbians coming my way. Just on principle. Oh, Lance, I really admire you. You're doing the right thing. You're living right. Man, I really respect you, man. And we hung out a couple times, but I'm feeling weird around you, man, because I never really got down with men like that. But things happen. We'll save those stories for the shows after dark. But what I'm saying is that there's certain divine laws that you don't have to reach. You don't have to, I'm looking. You might be open for a relationship, but the best way to pull those energies to you as a man, do all you can to perfect yourself, make yourself better. Keep your body right, eat right, think right, have good conversation, be mannerable, be upright, do the right thing. Pookie and Ray Ray will make you look good even more because of the way they carry on. You see what I mean? The knuckleheads, and you'll have knuckleheads that, like lower level Umars who pretend to be something and they get these women and ruin them. And you do the right thing.
Hey, brother, when
Sometimes
you
it's
gonna
more,
start?
sometimes it's less. Yeah, go
Hey,
ahead.
brother, when you gonna start taking when you gonna start mentioning the rumors about Umar? Because I've been hearing about some rumors too. So I could be a big fan of his, man. But now the gloves are off, man. I couldn't do it.
Yeah,
So
yeah, the clothes are off.
when you gonna,
They're
the
basically
gloves are
saying
off,
that
man, because
the big taboo thing is they're saying that he has a drug habit, but
I agree.
nobody
He's
has.
a cocaine head.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look. This is my opinion. I'm not saying it. I know, and that's what it is. But you can't tell me he's not up in the, look. He's all out. He's gonna get his food. He gonna get that woman to the hotel room whenever he's traveling. That's why he puts it out there. That's why he puts his number out there. I mean, I put my number out there, but I don't have no money to be traveling like that. I got no time to be running up and down with all these women. You know what I mean? I mean, like that's a whole different thing because accessibility. I'm coming up in the internet. I said, I'm gonna always be accessible for the interviews and stuff like that. But him, I will be in Toledo, Ohio, next Thursday. Where are my beautiful sisters with a home cooked meal? Where are my
Yeah.
beautiful sisters with a home cooked meal? I'll be in Toledo, Ohio. Here's my number. And these chicks are calling. Yeah. Because even from the fame level, like some women are turned on by that. You famous? You're well known? You're Dr. Umar Johnson? I know you got other women. Just have one night with me. Crazy. But meanwhile, normally, oh no, I would never do anything like that. I'm saved and sanctified. You know, I would never lower my standards. And they turn around, nobody's looking, nobody's knowing, and he's up in their bedroom. Hit the cash app. Hit the cash app. Yep. Human nature, man.
Dog
That's why it
sign.
always fascinated me.
I've been hearing for years he's a cocaine head because where do you get all this energy from? And then when he's doing lectures, sometimes he doesn't stay on topic. He doesn't stay on.
Right?
He be free flowing. He be like just talking whatever. I'm like, yo, stay on topic,
Exactly.
man. You just changed the topic. One time I went to go see a lecture of his. It was only one lecture down here in Los Angeles. Oh, out there in Los Angeles. I went to go see a lecture. The topic was Donald Trump and the new age for black people. How is Trump politics going to affect black people? I sat there for 3 hours listening to this man talk. He did
And
not
he
once
started
talk
talking about
about
George Washington Carver or something.
he was talking about everything else. He never once mentioned Trump. He was talking about Trump for dollar, ADHD, black boys education. He never once mentioned Trump. And the lady next to me was all like, what's wrong with him? I came here to hear we talking about Donald Trump for black people. He's not mentioning one thing about Donald Trump. He's just talking about whatever. I'm like, exactly.
Right. Right.
It was
See,
crazy.
that's why tonight I just said a Saturday night open mic. Not knowing if anybody was going to come in, but there was no title. I'm going to do this every Saturday, but I want a free flow. Anybody want to come on in and talk, they can come on in and talk. You know what I mean? So if I make a title or sometimes I'm tired, I record something, put it up. Or I'll go online for a little short time. Because, like even in the morning, I got to get up. I got some guys coming over here for something. But I'm good because I'm good. So I said, we're going to go until the wheels come off. Tony Cotton says that was my experience too when he came to Chicago. He didn't stay on topic. I haven't attended another lecture. Exactly. If you're on that level and you're lecturing, you make a title, break it down. That to me is the behavior of somebody who's getting the nose candy. Because he still got energy to invite people to the restaurant after, then to the hotel lobby, and then
He got a lot of energy.
Mm-hmm. I'm not
Especially
knocking him.
especially for a big man like him, someone who's being 300
Exactly.
pounds. I'm like, where do you get all this energy from, man? You 51 years old, 52. Where you get all this energy from? And then,
Exactly.
I know you don't remember me, but last year we were talking about what's that brother's name, Brother Bose, and how Brother Bose, he was saying I was mentioning how he was sniffing when he's talking, like. I'm like, is this guy on something? What's up with this guy, man?
Yeah. Oh, Tracy, I think it was about like $25. I think there was different amounts or something different because there was some big thing going on there. And he said, well, he did treat us to see the movie 12 Years a Slave. Yeah. So you just don't. That's the kind of dude you can't even not that you would, but you can't have this brother up in your house. You don't know what he'll be doing.
Yeah.
You lock your door and go to bed. You wake up here in the living room wide awake. Stuff on the stove. Stuff gone.
He's on something. I've been hearing about Umar for years. Like one time he was trying to invite some woman back to his hotel and she said she didn't feel comfortable. But he was forcing her. He was really trying to get her back to his hotel and she was like, no, I don't feel comfortable doing that. It was crazy, man. I wanted to support Umar. I mean, he has some good stuff to say, but just my thing is, you made all that money. You made $700,000 on GoFundMe. Go to West Africa, $100,000, buy some land, but build a school real cheap, a beautiful
Right.
school too, and he can do the rest whatever he want. He can go buy a house out there. You can go travel out there. That's how I know he wasn't legit. I mean, maybe at one point in time he was. Maybe he was actually grounded and sincere. But like Brother Bo said, when you have money start coming your way, and women start coming your way, that can change a man. And he changed. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
women will deal with that. Even if you're controversial, and even if he's a piece of trash, they'll want to deal with someone like that. Women are trippy, man. Women like gangsters. Women like thugs. Women like drug dealers. Women like criminals. You're
And we know that's about all women, but there's a great portion of women, and I've seen this time and time again. It's the thrill. It's the
uh-huh.
element of danger and the thrill. And this guy he's like a pioneer. He's doing his own thing. He's selling stuff in the street, and he's brave. This is how they think now. I'm not saying that because I always would see this. You'd have a woman who has a nice job, a career. She was raised in a way where she wasn't exposed to so many elements, although she knows what's happening in the world. And she gets with this guy. And it's like, so takes her out of her ho hum lifestyle. It's exciting to her. When he gets angry, it moistens her. I've never understood that. I mean, I understand it. But if you, and I'm not saying this for all women and all sisters, but if you're the nice guy who treats her right and respectful, you're not trying to get between her knees early on, you do the right thing, she might get bored with you. She might. And when she gets to a certain age and the exciting thug homeboy is gone, she understands your value now and wants to come around you. I've
You
noticed
see
that
that
also.
crap? You see that crap, Tommy? I knew chicks that were 30 and up. Now they want a nice guy. 3 baby daddies, 3 kids. Hood rat.
Mhm.
Now they want a nice guy. Now they're crying. I had a bra like that. I shouldn't have been messing with her, but I only dealt with her for a few months. But she was
Mhm.
trash. We lived in Compton. Same thing. 3 baby daddies, 3 kids. And
Right.
she had no job. Now she wants a good man. I said, get up out of here. You're trash. Now you want a good man. No. Ain't gonna happen.
Exactly.
Ain't
Exactly.
gonna happen.
Let me just say to Broderick, who knows? Maybe he staged that wedding. It wasn't a real wedding. And when he came out to Ghana, he said he met two women that wanted to, you know, be his wife and whatnot. And he's talking a lot of stuff, but he likes that. And then he said on another video I saw recently, he was looking for two more women, and they had to be cool. He insinuated it, but he didn't say it directly. Basically, you better be cool dealing with each other. So I guess they had to be bisexual. He wanted threesomes every night, right? So he's putting it out there, and he says it in so many ways, especially when he wants more than one woman, and he's traveling to a different place, especially in Africa. I'm looking for two sisters who'll get along, who treat me nice when I'm out there. He's, to me, also, he's a sex addict.
Yeah, he is.
Sex, sex is good. I mean, in the proper context, but when you're young, but what I'm saying is that he's got. So now we talk about the pills that he might be using: sex, the traveling, the women, the pills. Let's look at it from his side. Not that we'll identify with it the way he does, but the hyper lifestyle, which will tear you down. There's nothing good about it. You go to the airport, people see you. You you already communicated through WhatsApp with all kind of women that calling you. They know you in town. Well, come here, girl, why don't you come to the hotel? You know what I'm about. I'm a real black man. I'll make you feel good. And he's famous. And I want you to come with me to my speech. Where she's sitting in the audience and he's getting high, possibly, right? Getting high, women. You're bugging out because last week you was in South Africa. Now you in China. Now you in this. The comments are coming in. Your phone's ringing off. Money's hitting your cash app. He's addicted to that. What school? What school? He doesn't want this to end. It'll keep going. This is too good. Next week, I'll be in Germany. And the way he's addicted, I'm telling you, he ain't refused about chocolate bunnies forever, snow bunnies never. He ain't refusing nothing.
He's not refusing nothing. Like, man, all that snow bunny stuff is projection. That's all that he's projecting. He really wants that, man.
But let me tell you what I know here in different instances that I've observed, especially with a lot of YouTube revolutionary so-called brothers. Some that I know personally, some that you may know from the past that's been on this platform. That's all I'm gonna say. They love, not all of them, but more than 51%, which is the majority. They get a thrill because you got these types of white women. I'm going to make a scenario here to make it more understandable. They're in the back. You speaking in the hall, you speaking in the auditorium, and this white woman's in the back. And she's listening to you talk bad about the white woman, that you need to stay away from them. They no good for you. They're going to take you to court when you get money and all this and all that. So why would you want to mess with a white woman when you got these beautiful sisters and that white woman is lurking nearby, whether it's an auditorium or the street? See, she knows you already. You've been screwing this white woman. But she loves to hear you talk like that because at the end of the day, the hotel room you're in, she got a key on a card that you can swipe. And then after you finish talking bad about all the white women and they no good and they nothing better than the chocolate system, you're going to mess with the chocolate sisters too, but you're going to sneak up to that room and you're going to put it to that white woman so good. And oh, you turn me on when you talk like that. Yeah, my little white bunny, come on and do this thing. And they'll jump down there faster. He talked about the other woman, coochie stunk. Them white women, they coochie can stink, and because she white, he'll be down there cleaning it up.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta tell it like it is.
Hey, brother,
I know
this is
personally.
I mean, brother, one thing I've learned about in my 34 years of living, there's so many different kind of people out there. I mean, people with kind of addictions. There are people out there, man. Like you said, there's white women that just get off on that stuff. They like when you talk this whole black power against the white man and white supremacy. They get off. I mean, they're just wired. It's like it's a thrill to them. It's like I don't know. Everyone's brain is wired like why do people do drugs? We don't know. Everybody's brain is wired differently.
It's like binge purge, man. It's like binge purge. They go from one extreme, and that one extreme makes them go back. It's like a woman or man who eating a whole lot of food. They know it's no good for them, and they put their finger down their throat to throw it up.
Yeah.
And then they go back the next day or 2 days, and they hog up all this food. It's the same thing. Because when he was out there in China, in a jacuzzi with them Chinese girls, what you think he was doing?
Exactly.
That's the shield. That's the gimmick. That's the hustle. That's the hustle. And he can hide behind that. And there are women who will come to you because there have been women that have emailed me or texted me. Is there any way I can help? I want to help the black cause and all this stuff. And I've had people come back and repeat stuff they did. Because you got white people that love laying up with black men.
Yeah.
You got white couples that love to find black men and have sex with them and videotape them. Yeah, exactly. I know about that. Yeah.
I knew a guy from prison. He said that's how he made his money. I said, how'd you hear me? He said, bro, it's like a secret. Back then it was a secret. Now it's not a secret no more. But when he got out there, man, he couldn't find a job. He's a felon, bro. He's a 2-time felon. He said, I can't get no job. Man. I can't even get a job at a plumbing company. I said, it's that bad? He said, bro, I mean, all I did was steal some stuff, man, but it was pretty. I held some on gunpoint. I said, damn. He said, so it took some time to get me a job. He said, in the meantime, my boy put me up on game and said, hey, man, go to the strip club. So what do you mean? Man, you can strip club for old ladies. So he did that for a while. Then they saw this couple came to him and said, hey, would pay you like what? How much was it? Like what, 5,000 at the time? So do this app for us at our home, and we like it. We'll give you some tips. Well, they didn't mean about it
Right,
at their home, but they met them at a hotel, and it was a couple. It was like I mean, I don't want to get too personal about it. I don't want to be
right,
inappropriate on YouTube, but basically the husband watched him do his thing with the wife, and I'm like, what the
right.
heck?
When I
I'm
was
like, what?
bodybuilding, I was offered that all the time. They walk up to you bold.
Yep.
They're not gonna walk up to you. Hi, how you doing? I want you to screw my wife. They don't just come at you like that. But it'll be some dude on your job that's cool with you. You know what I mean? And he'll be
Mm-hmm.
like, "Yo, I got the boxing match. I want you to come over and watch with me." Yeah, cool. Whatever. Wife walking around half naked. What the hell going on? You know what I mean? They may say something like, my wife broke up with her boyfriend and she's so heartbroken. You a husband saying your wife broke up with a boyfriend? What you trying to say? She needs a new boyfriend and she likes you. They won't come out like right away like that. I'm just condensing it to make it, you know what I mean? And see, a lot of them white men, I'm gonna tell you straight up, a lot of them white men and the whole cuckold thing that like to see the black men screw their wife, a lot of them are secretly bisexual.
Yeah.
But they're not gonna try you. See? They're not gonna try you. What they'll do, and I'll say it as decent as I can, they will have you release into the wife. And after you're gone, you'd swear what she has between her legs was an all you can eat buffet. See that?
Whew. Okay, that's wow. That's you learn something new every day. Wow. Okay. Ooh. Uh,
Yep.
I,
Yep.
I believe it. I believe it. Wow.
Oh,
Whew.
I'll swear on it. I know it. Remember, I used to do male stripping dance and stuff when I was like 18, 19, 20, and stuff like that. I was doing bodybuilding and stuff. And I ran across a lot of the dudes who told me a lot of things. I've traveled many worlds. I haven't traveled the world. I live in New York. I live in Orlando. I live in Ghana. But I've traveled many worlds. And at that time in the city, before the internet came, internet was around from what? The 60s in the military way. But you go into these worlds, like you said, everything is exposed now. There's two out there.
It's still
When
out
you
there.
had to find it and bump into it and see it, man, it's like when you were a little kid and you're over your grandmother's house, your aunt's house, and you go in the yard and lift up this big stone that's always been sitting there, and you run back because you see all these little bugs under there. We're like, what the hell? You know what I mean? So you go in these places. I was always nosy. I go into these places and look, what's going on up there? Oh, I heard this goes on. Man, I want to see that. I'll do some live shows on Substack that are adult without being lewd to turn your stomach. Because like I tell people before, my eyes have seen everything. Pretty much. Right? I don't mean, I mean I haven't seen everything all over the world, but I pretty much in those type of levels, I've seen it all. I've seen it all. I'm unshockable. That's why I can be up here in the mountains, just quiet. My memory is better than the documentary, man. It's better than, I had a sampling. It's like a buffet where you can sample different stuff. You say, oh, I tasted that. No, I don't like that. Or I saw that. Or I heard about that. But I see the whole entree in life. So now it's time at this part of my life just to like let things out, talk and share it and whatever. There's no way I could have stayed in New York City and keep exploring and be exposed to more. It would just be some of the same stuff. Have funny stories and just that's just the way it's been for me. And my friends will acknowledge that. They'll come on the show and they say, listen, something about Lance, he attracted all types of stuff and experiences. Some of my friends like, man, if I had like 1/5 of the things happen to me, that's why I can't really say a lot of things. A lot of people go, man, he lying. He lying. You don't see none of my friends come on this chat and say, Lance, yo, man, pull it back, man. That didn't happen. A lot of times we hang out together and stuff happen and you see it. And I'm a comedian too, so I'm going to make it even funnier.
Man.
You should hear my voicemails of my friends or text messages. You're like, this guy's crazy.
Yeah, that's a trip hearing about. I mean, yeah, because the dude was cut up, and in prison, so all they do is work out. So he had a six
Yeah,
pack. He looked like what's that guy's name? It's a fitness model, Tyson Beckford. What's his name? Tyson. He doesn't have the
yeah,
same
yeah,
eye.
yeah,
He didn't have the dude's eyes, but he
yeah.
had his like body. So women were
Right,
going crazy
right.
over the dude. But yeah, he couldn't get a job. Shoot, like he was trying to
Yeah.
get a job.
Once they mark you up like that and you got a
Yeah.
record, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the thing he was
So
doing was cleaning a restaurant. That's all he could do. It's the only job he can get.
right. You see, these white men in power or have the hookups and they're in position, they will turn you down for a legitimate job and have you screwing their wife at night.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but a lot of them. And the
I
insecurities they have and how they're fascinated with the black man's sexuality.
yeah.
That's a big
I,
thing
I
with
had
them.
I had years ago, man. This is back when I was 20 years old. No, was that 20 or 21? I was 21. So it was what back in 2012. Man, I was
Hmm.
in Inglewood at Inglewood. This place called Mama Sunshine Treasure. It was like this little, artistic shop, right? Anyways, I used to go there a lot and see them and hang out with. It was a black-owned store. It was really cool. It was some good times. But man, one time this dude put up in a Jaguar. He parked across the street. This is like in the hood, right over on
Hmm.
Market Street and Manchester and Inglewood. So he pulled up. He went to the small meat, and then I saw him driving a real nice car. He looked kind of out of place because it's mostly black and brown people over there, mostly black and Latinos. So he walked across the
Right.
street. He walks into the store. He looks at me, and I'm like, I'm wearing it's a regular shirt, some shorts. But I'm wearing some of those like very low cut socks with some Converse on, so you can see all my legs and stuff. And I was young. I
Right.
was 21 years old, so like I was kind of muscular. So I was all like, "How you doing?" And he was all like, "Hello." And so he he walks out, right? And he's like, "Bye." And I was like, "Oh, bye." And so Karom, the guy, one of the owners of the store, he said, "Hey, man, come in here. Let me talk to you for a little bit." I said, I came in, and there's another black lady. She was in there just shopping around. He said, "Hey, man, stay in here, bro." I said, "What's going on?" He said, "That guy just walked in here and pointed to you and said, 'How much?'" She said, "We're talking about how much for him." And I was like, "What? No,
Oh,
he's not for sale, man. Get up out of here, man. We don't do that, man. Get the hell up out of here." And he said, "Okay." And he really came in, and the lady was like, "Oh my gosh, you're calling police." He said, "No, no, let's stay up in here, man. He's probably high or something. He's from somewhere else, from Hollywood. He's from, you know, probably what do you call that?" And it was crazy, man. He walked up in there and
hmm.
asked how much for him.
Yep. And
It's
see,
all white dude. It's crazy.
yeah, well, see, that's what they do. You know, we gonna do that adult show. I got a lot of stuff to tell, observations and near misses, and it's crazy. And the more they have money and position, is the more they'll be bold. They'll be
Yeah.
bold. On so many levels. You know. Oh man. There's so much I want to say. Trust
I
me.
was being proposition recently on my job. I mean, you have stuff like that happen to when you're a bodybuilding. Now, lately, that probably hasn't happened to you, but it almost happened to me recently. Like, I think I was being hit on by like a gay white dude. It was weird. He kept asking me back to his hotel and what you do on the weekends. I'm like, hey, bro, I don't want to hang out. I'm okay.
We're trying to feel you out. You know what I mean? Because you
Yeah,
see, remember, they do that boldly because they've had success in the past. Like I said, half of these dudes out here, I'm not going to say half, but there's a lot of brothers out here. Nobody was looking. They're down for the cause, that type of rainbow cause. They may not be actively politically gay, but these are the guys who don't care who is giving them a blowjob. You understand? And they're like, I can get some dollars out of this, man. Shoot, I'll go ahead and do it, man. I need the money. I'm telling you. I've talked to a lot of inmates like that. They're just open. A lot of gay inmates that tell you the deal. You doing a cell check, they in there and they got other straight dudes in there, but they telling their stories. And the straight dudes don't really get mad because they're locked up and they're like, he tell good stories, so he's good for that, but I don't want to hear no details. Yeah, there was a hermaphrodite locked up in one of my areas, and he was like brazenly outspoken. And he was pointing the dudes in the day room, see him there? I can get him, I can get him, I can get him. I'm still a woman. I still got the man. He was trying to show us stuff. I'm like, I don't want to see that, man. That's like a nightmare for me. I mean, if you were born that way, you know, okay, I can't be mad at you, but I just don't want to see that. The personality he had, I remember him well. I forgot his name, but I remember him well. This guy, he didn't care. And he had hips like a woman and all this stuff, and it was a white dude, you know, telling me, so I am not suffering in this jail. Trust me, baby, I'm getting everything I want. I was like, oh my God. And a lot of dudes, you see a lot of guys, young black men, sometimes they have anger, management issues, different things. It's not only just because of the pressures of what they're feeling out in the world. Lots of times it's stuff that happened to them in their childhood. And they hate it, but that was their first taste of certain things. And they kind of go back to that or allow it to happen. It's another binge purge, and they get mad at them. Why you think a lot of times, I know you probably heard of this, it's not super common, but you find out that there's a lot of transsexual black things that mess with a man who is living a straight life with a wife and whatever, but you find that trans person killed because that straight acting man can't face the fact of what he finds himself gravitating toward. So now he has to kill or delete, rather, in YouTube talk, the source of his shame and the source of his passion. And this is how you have a lot of them killed. Because a lot of these straight acting guys have a fascination with that. You know, it's almost like trying to get your foot in a shoe, but it's tight, so you got to use a shoehorn. These guys can't admit, this is my observation, they can't admit that they want another man. So they'll deal with a man that appears to be a woman. This is why you have a very popular category of porn behind interracial porn, with a black man's with a white woman. Who do you think is buying that? It's white men. So you have another category that's very popular, because I know several people in the city back in the day that own shops, right? That the next, and I can't tell the proportion, but I saw a breakdown recently, Chicks with Dicks. That was a series, but that's what we still call it. Like, that's what you want. There was a dude that, when I was in training to do the bus driver job, there was another dude there that was selling DVDs. And so, and these were the straight up, like, not copied from a video, but these were straight up DVDs with the case and the cover. Like, he had a hookup to steal these things or whatever. So I walked up on them one time. They were like classmates of mine in the training course. We all get ready to go to lunch, but they kind of got muted and they kind of turned their back. They was between two parked cars, right? So I was like, what y'all over here, dealing drugs? I knew they weren't dealing drugs. I'm joking with them because we always joke with each other. I said, no, Poppy, I'll be right with you in a second. So this white dude, purchased 8 of the DVDs from him, and he put it in the front seat of his car. And they're still talking. So I said, let me pass over you. I'm not going inside. I got to take a leak. I'm going to go take a leak. But don't pee on my car. I didn't have to, but I did, because I wanted to peek and see what kind of movies he got. So their backs are turned, and I stuck my hand in the front seat and pushed them so I could see all the covers. He had 8 DVDs. 3 on the top was heterosexual porn, the normal stuff. And 3 on the back was heterosexual porn, but the two in the middle was chicks with dicks. You saw this woman look like she was on hormones, but it was a dude. And I'm like saying, man, God didn't endow me like that. The dude was huge. I'm not trying to look at it that way, but it was a shock. I'm like saying, oh, he used the regular porn to be a cover. You know?
Yeah.
It's weird how these guys in the middle, look, I tell a lot of ladies, and most men always cover their tracks. I said, if you don't live with your man or you live with your man, check his history on his computer. I mean, people say, don't snoop. No, you need to know. Because if he's doing this, action follows thought. He might be looking to go out the street and purchase somebody like that. They got some HIV on them. You know, look, as kinky as people may be honest. Any woman that ever knew me that way, you know, I'm honest. That's what I like to do. That's what I don't. I ain't messing that way. But be honest, because it's gonna get worse when you repress it. It's like a kid who goes in his diaper and you start smelling something stinking. Like, did you? No, I didn't do nothing. Yes, you did. Let me change that diaper. You stinking. It's gonna come out sooner or later. You see what I mean? So it makes no sense. Not that you go out with a bullhorn and tell your business, but I've learned that there is nothing normal. Everybody has a little kink in them. Not like that, I'm saying.
Everybody.
Yeah.
It's
There's no way,
impossible. You're a human being. You got hormones. Everyone's got something. No one can be that restrained.
Right. I think I told the story of a lady who I knew long time ago when I was kind of built like that. I forgot how we were connected, but she had about 15 years on me, but she went crazy over me that way. And I was about to go over to visit her. You know what that means. Oh, before you come, I called. I said, anything you want me to bring? No, but are you going to fill your car with gas? I'm like, what kind of question is that? Eventually, I had to put gas in the car, but I didn't say it to her like that. I said, yeah. I said, I'm going to fill up my tank before, you know. Anytime I went anywhere, I always had a full tank. Because you chasing me, the chances are you don't have a full tank. I'm getting away. That's my paranoid way when, you know, I make sure everything is covered. So she's like, well, do me a favor. When you pump the gas, rub some of it on you. I said, huh? No, please, just rub it on you. And I said, this lady might be crazy with a match or a lighter or a torch or something trying to burn me up. Rub some of it on you. As a matter of fact, have a little container with some of it. You need gas or something? No. I like that. It turns me on. I'll tell you what. I was like, okay. She was crazy.
Everybody I heard teachers when I was back in high school. Later on I found stuff got out. But I heard some teachers doing some crazy stuff, man.
Yep.
Like I heard one of the teachers who was actually we knew she was a lesbian, but we found some stuff later on. Boo! I was like, dang.
There was a lady who came on the show a couple times. And a lot of people come on the show and you find out later they pass away. This lady passed away years ago. But I was looking through Google, searching things. And you know, sometimes when you make a banner and you're looking for a woman who might be seductive or not like porn, because you see my banner. Sometimes I've had women like kind of covered up, but for a reason. I found this set of photos. I'm like, this one was kind of obese. And she was just showing it all. That stuff never dies. There are people I've known in real life that I even dealt with that I found out. It's like, man, look at this. Dude sent me pictures. Ain't that girl Andrea? Not her real name, right? Ain't that the girl Andrea? Yeah, that's her. Look at it this way. The sex industry, the porn industry, it's been going along for decades. They
Decades.
go back to the 50s and the 40s and the 30s, and they had them stag films. And like, you know how many people, like, for a season can't pay their rent? They're not going to sell themselves, but they're going to take pictures. Now we got the cameras and cams. They can be in their own bedroom and make money.
Yeah,
You know what I
OnlyFans.
mean? Yeah,
OnlyFans is big, man.
yeah.
We got chicks out there
But,
becoming millionaires off this stuff.
but let me tell you, and I've told it before, I was down in the market, the common market, you know, where everybody goes and you get stuff cheap. But the regular folks here go, not the rich people and whatnot. I'm walking down the street. Hello, hello. I'm thinking they're calling somebody else. It's two young ladies. They look like 22, 23. Very attractive. Hello, Lancescurv. I said, oh, shoot. I stopped. You calling me? Yes, you are Lancescurv. Like the way a lot of them express themselves like it was a crime. Like, you are Lancescurv. I said, yes, I am. Yes, you do video. Yes. I'm like, yeah. We see you on YouTube. We need your help. So I'm like, okay, they identified me. They were safe. They weren't, you know. I said, what do you need me to help you with? Well, we cannot get OnlyFans here. We need you to get OnlyFans and video us so we can make money. I was like, no, I can't do that. You know what I mean? Come on, we can make some money. I know other women and you can videotape and this and that. I said, no, I can't do that. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do that. Because see, out here, you know, it can be hypocritical. But me now, moving out here as a person born in America, the first thing would be, look at him. We gave him citizenship. Look what he came out here and did. He got these young girls and he's setting up, and they would say it worse than what it is. You know what I mean? Like, no. Not even just because of that, but karma. I ain't doing that. You somebody's child. But we trust you. We watch your videos. I said, well, maybe you can't trust me. You know what I mean? Because there's all kind of people that do videos and you see them on there, oh, they murdered somebody. But I would never do that. But, you know, it's a money thing. There's a dude who's a newscaster. Doesn't live too far in a different city here in Ghana. And he approached you with the same thing. He does his own stuff through his phone. And he would cover his face because he's well known in that city. Here in Ghana, an hour and a half, 2 hours away. Yeah. So he said, here, pick up my links. And I clicked on him. I said, who's this dude? It was crude though. You know, his phone, you know, he had a mask on, the girl had a mask on. He said, man, with your equipment. And people think I have this high tech, super duper. You know, I just got a camera that, you know, is good for YouTube and a little bit, it has good features to it, but I don't have like these big shoebox looking, you know, network TV sliding on the wheels. I don't have that. They say, man, let me know, man, because I was saying, yeah, I'm ordering it. It's going to take a while to come. Let me know when you get the camera, man. You know, I already got the girls. So all kind of things going on out here, man. I remember walking down the street, down in the market, and this dude asked me what kind of phone I had. And I'm like, because the phone here in Ghana and a lot of parts of Africa, that was life-changing for a lot of people. You think people that may have been poor had some big screen TV in their house? No. There's a multitude of channels and a dish? No. But you get your phone, you don't need TV. Like my friend said, my good friend I grew up with, lady asked her, said, what? You don't have a big TV in your house? I thought you would. Since I don't need it. She's like, why? Don't you want to watch? He said, I just have to take my phone and hold it closer to my face. That's the big screen. That's all I need. So, yeah, but now the phone is a big thing. See, back in the day, when you come out of high school, you might be a year before you get your license. And and maybe your folks help you get a vehicle, or you save up and do a little after school job and get your old Camaro or something, man, you were the king because you're driving to school now in high school, and the girls and your girlfriend is in the back seat, and you have another bit of privacy and stuff. It's not like that out here. It's the phone. If you have the newest iPhone and some of these poorer parts, you get props from the young girls. I'm not saying as a grown man, I'm saying in the little teenage or early 20s. Oh, you have new iPhone. Oh. Before it was a car in America, now it's that. That's a status symbol. You know what I mean? And so that's why they snatch phones out here too. Don't sit up in the passenger side or the driver's side with the phone in your hand facing the outside. Motorcycles go by, plop, your phone's gone.
I've seen them videos too.
Yeah.
It's quick. They're good at it too, man. The
You sitting in the
pickpockers.
Uber?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sitting in the Uber and have your phone? The driver, no, brother, put your phone, roll the window up. They will take your phone. And I'm sitting here thinking about like revenge tactics ahead of time. Maybe I'll hold up a case, or looks like a case with a bunch of thumbtacks in it. They snatch it and cut their hand up. I'm not cruel like that, but I don't like nobody stealing something from anybody.
I heard it's really bad in South Africa. I heard South Africa has the worst crime in the world.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I heard like they have like armor. They have like armor truck robbery crews. They get robbed almost like every day. Like it's crazy. You ever seen that video?
Yeah.
That South African dude was about to get robbed by those people, and he handled it like a G. But man, he had to be careful. He had to like maneuver, and he was like, he told his coworker get the gun. The coworker got the gun. He looked scared, a little scared South African boy. He was so scared. It was crazy. He was handing out crows like some 007 stuff, man. He was okay. Turn this way. I was crazy. I was like, oh shit. You saw that video, right? Yeah, you gotta be careful in South Africa, man. There was a YouTuber recently named Brittany Cattle or something. She got robbed in South Africa. It scared the crap out of her because she's so big on Africa, going to Africa, and oh yeah, I love Africa. I'm not against her exploring her roots, but honey, you gotta be careful. You still in another country.
Exactly, and people don't understand. You have to live the straight and narrow. You have to walk the straight and narrow, and things can still happen. I was just listening to a video. I was preparing this thumbnail. And the young lady was saying, hey, no matter what, like even Ghana, a lot of the laws they're not going to respect. Even the people who may be judges or even police, they can get paid off. It could be a lawless place. Don't think. And I mean, I know America's bad. But when they get you behind up in court, pretty much, you did something obvious, they're going to get you. You know how they let the cops off, and so I know that. But out here, and also, it depends on the outlook. Because before this house was completely built, and it was just one story, Mrs. Scurv came up here. I had something to do. She came up here to do some work in the garden. And she had her handbag, right? And so she went to the front of the property, and there was nobody up here, right? Except one guy who she noticed that was working on one of the houses nearby. So she didn't know him like to say hi, but she knew his face. And he was acting like he was working on this house, but he was steady watching. Then I was thinking, oh man, you know what I mean? Like I should be there. But when she went to the front of the property and came back, and she had her bag, I mean, it was so safe up here looking, but he was sneaky, He was on the roof, and then he was down on the other property. But she would glance, and she's not dumb. She didn't make it look obvious. She's like, this dude he keeps looking over here. And that was a Sunday too. And she went to the back. Her bag was gone. And she's like, I knew this joker took this bag. Had money, American money, Ghanaian money, credit cards, debit cards,
Mm.
The permits that just in case anybody came by, she can show, gone. And she had 2 cell phones in there, an iPhone and a regular Droid phone. So she went straight to the precinct. Now she came home first and got me, and then we went to the precinct. And this guy, right away, we didn't know. I think it's the next day. He threw most of the stuff way down to the back, way past our property. It was all open. There's like a little stream down there. He threw everything down there. But down there, you got all kind of snakes and all kind of thorny bushes. And he took the phones and he took the Ghanaian money. And the fool didn't realize the American money was worth more. He could have went to the exchange place. You know what I mean? So the money was still there, except for the Ghanaian money. And so what he did, he took the Ghanaian money right there in the town above where I live, which bears the name of the town that I live in. And he went to all the little cheap shops. He changed one of the, in the Droid phone, he changed something, but in the iPhone, he couldn't do certain things. Took pictures, spent money, took pictures, whatever. Because when they arrested him, they found him with the stuff and other things that were in the bag, little valuable things, whatever. And they locked him up. And she had to identify him as the guy who was next door and all that stuff and everything. And she did. But here in this particular little area, it's a little crude police station, no computer, everything on paper. It's kind of backward. So I was there with her and she was talking to the cop. And they have a little holding cell. It's not like a big whatever. There were like 3 guys in there. And he acted like he didn't speak much English. So I'm standing there, I'm looking at him. And I'm looking at Mrs. Scurv. She was in the room talking to the guy. So I'm a smart aleck. I said, hey, man, you didn't have to steal the stuff. All you had to do was just ask. I'm hypnotizing him, right? Walking closer to the bars behind the counter. He's looking at me all funny. And the other guy was translating because he kind of understood, but he didn't. And so he's right there by the bar. And so I walk closer because there's bars, right? So I'm talking to him. I said, man, you know, it's wrong what you did. And the other guy's saying, oh, it is the devil that made him do it. And that quick. I said, it wasn't the devil that made him do it. It was him. Ow! He didn't get knocked out, but he fell to the ground, grabbing his mouth. I said, you know, next time I see you, I'm going to kill you. I was acting out. But this is the thing. And one of the cops that come in, he was laughing. He didn't care. And the next day, no, not the next day, on the Friday when we went to court with him, they brought him out in cuffs. And I was acting like I was punching him. He ducked and he fell out again, and all the cops were laughing. But this is the thing. We got most of the stuff back, except the money, which really wasn't much. The American money was much. We got our permits, got the phones back, got everything back. And they insisted that we go to court to press the charges. Because we were like, once we got everything back, we were like, just let them go. They said, no. Because the perception is you don't rob or do anything to any foreigners or brony. That's bad business. You know what I mean? Like, don't do that to them. Not that it's okay to do it to your own, but don't do nothing to them people. So we went to court. We recovered everything. We sat there for about 4 hours. They had the people there and the judges with the blonde things on their head. I'm sitting here, look at these people colonized. You know, he's sitting there. His girlfriend is there. The guy who did the robbing. You know, they gave that joker 4 years for that. If that was New York City, he wouldn't even have got he would have got a slap on the wrist. They would have gave him a little ticket and said, go ahead, just come back to court so we can give you a month's probation. They gave him 4 years in prison for that. Yeah. 4 years. And the funny part about it is, I'm looking at his face, and his face didn't even flinch. Didn't even flinch. His girlfriend was crying. And after he was gone, and we were walking outside and everything, and one of the people in the court was talking to Mr. Scurv, and I was outside. So she was like, "Oh, I know he did wrong, and I'm so sorry, and maybe I can come by and help you clean or do something or whatever." Then she starts smiling. I'm like, "Oh, this is odd. This is odd. Your man just got locked up, and you over here trying to straight flirt. Get out of here." Unbelievable, but they're harsh. Don't do nothing to the people who come and invest their money in the country.
And how are the prisons in Ghana? Like, I know they're hell on earth.
Oh my God. I never really went in one, but I passed a few. Oh my God. You'd probably rather be in a cage with a few wild animals in a zoo. I mean, oh my God. From what I've seen, and they're not treating you nice. See, prisoners and inmates in jails and prisons in America, those are like luxury hotels. You just don't have no freedom. But medical, the nurses are there. You get your food. The food can be jacked up because you know the food in jails is no good. In prisons, where you're going to be there for years, it's better. That's why dudes who are locked up in jail with different cases and they have to stay in the jail longer. Man, I can't wait to go to prison. When they know they're going to go to prison. Because you can see, jails in America technically can keep you up to a year because it's a misdemeanor. But when you have a felony a year over, you got to go to prison. But there's so much turnaround in jails. People get locked up, stupid stuff, child support, a driving without a license, domestic violence, murder. You categorize everybody, and it's all this turnover. In prisons, you don't have that turnover. You're sentenced for the time that you're there. They'll still categorize you. They're not going to put you somewhere where you're just going to do 3 years and put you in with a lifer. You might have contact depending on the prison. But prison is more like home because you're going to be there for a while. Your cell, that's your world. Your pictures on the wall, the things you have there, they keep it clean. The food is better. Some good food up in there. Not that I would eat it, but I'm just saying relatively. Guys love it. It's more stable. When you have people that are in jail, they're upset. The worst place to work in the jail is central booking. When they first come in, they come in drunk, they come in beat up, they come in high, and they realize they're in jail and they want to resist. And I didn't do it. In prison, things are calculated when stuff jumps off because people are there. They plan their stuff. They got a chance to get to know who's who and whatever. In jail, you get the young guys getting locked up. They got something to prove. You know what I mean? They might have been incarcerated before. So they got something to prove because they have and some of them who have been there from juveniles, they relaxed. Most are scared. But the one thing you will hear more so in a prison than in the jail is the crying at night. Tough guys that are so tough in the day. At nighttime,
They crying, man.
Yeah.
They crying. They so big. Man, one thing I'll tell you about it is and I gotta be careful YouTube, but when I was working in prisons, we had a lot of suicide watches, a lot of CDOs. Yep. Man, I sat on a lot of those, man.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those guys think are big and bad, man. They break down to me, man. They be telling me, man, I don't know why I did to get here, man. Man, I made a big mistake, man. Oh man, I messed up bad. They be talking to me.
The movies don't show you that.
No, they
don't.
The
movies show you sensationalism and like I remember, I forgot what show this was. It on HBO or whatever? Everything had to fit within the hour. So in that hour, you had stabbings, fights, you had standoffs, escaped prisoners, rapes.
Yeah, that's not how it is.
This is what makes people scared of it. Most of the time, you're chilling. It's just the same
boring.
stuff every day.
Prison is boring. Prison is
exactly.
90% of the time.
I'm glad you're here to say it.
It's extremely boring.
And the
How many times that
dudes,
guys in yeah,
yeah, the dudes that are in there, they're not even in their amp state because you're like, look at their charges. Oh, he's in here for murder. And you go in the cell. Hey, good morning, officer. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. You know, I dreamt about so. Can I ask you something? You know about this, right? Let me. It's like it hits you like this dude murdered somebody, but they're having a normal conversation.
yeah, they're just regular people.
Right?
It's weird.
Exactly.
It's like I mean, I looked at some of those guys' workers, and I mean, I saw some pretty sadistic stuff. This guy's in here for life sentence for double homicide. This guy killed himself.
Mm,
One of the guys in
yep.
there I was dealing with, I mean, he was the nicest nice inmate there, old white dude. He looked like an old rock
Uh-huh.
star, right? Tattoos. He was so nice and so soft spoken. Man, I looked up this guy's record. He's a monster. I'm like, oh my god. He killed his own silly, broke into a house, sexually assaulted a woman. He's a monster. He got two
Right.
life sentences. He's never getting out.
Right.
He was
Right.
in separate seg. He was in segregation. What you call what they call that? They can't call it what's that term they used to use? Isolation, isolated
Mm-hmm.
confinement. They can't call it that no more. So they call it segregation. But this guy's a
Okay.
monster. But I was having a rare conversation with this man, and it shakes you up like, oh shoot, they're just people, but they made some horrible mistakes. They have bad, you know.
Yeah. There was a dude that I would do a little overtime in the juvenile unit. It was in my same area. Sometime, you know, officer calls in or they'll call you in to work in there. And I knew those little kids in there too, you know, and some of them were just repeatedly coming in and out. So they knew the rules, they knew everything. And unfortunately, the majority in that one little area was like there's two different day rooms. Each one had 20 cells. It was like a 2-man cell each, sometimes one. And in this particular area, it's just nothing but young black teenagers. And, you know, they goofing, playing cards and making fun and all that stuff. I mean, I don't know their living situations, but the bottom line was there was this one skinny, pale white guy, and he was in the cell by himself. He didn't have anybody else in there with him. I mean, I guess eventually when another juvenile came, they would have put him in there with him, right? So I'm working this unit, and I had got overtime like maybe 4 times in a 2-week period, and because I knew the guys, and I knew they'd rather put you in there with somebody you know who's sneaky, you know who's trying this and trying that. So I'm there drawing a picture, right? That's when somebody had snapped a picture of me because they did a story on me in a local magazine because you know, I'm an artist and I'm in there sometimes drawing. That's the picture I use when I put up when you see me in uniform. So anyway, I'm acting like I'm drawing, but I'm watching the activity on the top tier. I'm watching the movement. I'm watching who's talking to who. I'm watching to see if anybody's passing something to somebody or whatever and trying to conceal it. I'm trying to see who to look out. So I'm in there with them, but I'm not acting like I'm aloof, like I don't see them. But I noticed, and all the cell doors were open. This was day room time. But some guys want to sleep in their cell. Sometimes they request, like, I don't want no noise. Could you just close the cell for me? And you radio to the control, and she'll do it for you and tell them what cell number and stuff. Anyway, his cell was always open. This dude it's the whitest person I ever saw in my life. Whitest, skinny, little nerd dude with glasses, a weak, he was intelligent. And there was another guy working with me. He was on the computer, so I find out this guy's charges. I went and talked to him because you don't even circulate and be nosy and see what's going on in the cells. So I noticed every time I worked, this guy was always sleeping. He was heavily medicated. The rumor had it he was only up for like 3 hours out of the day. And he didn't want to eat. He eat a little stuff, but he didn't really want to eat. He had money. His commissary was full of things you can order, cookies and chips and stuff. He gives stuff away. So I was trying to find out, are you giving stuff away? Are these guys threatening you? Like, I didn't say it, but he's the only skinny, white, nerdy kid in there. So I'm thinking these guys are trying to like bogart him, whatever. But he had issues, and I found out, and he told me, I didn't ask him, you're not supposed to ask him. But he told me you probably want to know why I'm in here. Because he was drugged legally, but too much. I said, well, I mean, we all wonder things sometimes. I didn't commit to that. Well, my grandfather raised me and my grandmother raised me. And one night I got up and I took his sawed-off shotgun. He was sleeping on the couch and I put it in his mouth and I blew his brains out. I said, oh, shoot. like, so I'm hanging around like, I didn't want to ask, but I'm like, what happened? Well, ever since I was 8 years old, he would make me suck his cock. Unbelievable. And then he would relive this thing and get angry and fall out of sleep again. And I realized why these young black dudes, teens, man, they couldn't stay out of his room. I closed the door. Like they would go in quick, or one would stand in front of his door and another one go in there because that little white kid was giving these black teenage dudes blowjobs every day. And they were laughing about it.
Wow.
These are dudes that you think, yeah, when I get out, man, I'm going to get me a girlfriend, whatever. And they might. And when I caught wind of it, I ran up on it. I'm talking to the dude, and I had to get the other guy in trouble because I saw it. And I saw so much of that, especially when I worked overnight. And you check you don't open the cell, but you check every 30 minutes, you do a little walk, write it down in the book. And you see dudes, doing that. You do overtime, you see them the next day in the daytime, it's like, yo, man, what's up with you? Like ones you can talk to. Oh, I'm just doing time, man. I ain't think about that. I ain't like that. Well, listen, I'm going to be lewd now for a second. I said, you're not like that, but you had that dude's dick in your mouth. What are you talking about? You don't just come in and I know dudes who would never do that. I know them in there and I know them on the outside. They just keep emptying out a jar of Vaseline. They ain't with that. But what frightens me is how permissive. It's like a joke because the other guys were laughing because they knew they had their turn coming up. And these are young black dudes, man, athletic, handsome dudes. What? So these little young teenage girls that might deal with them. And you wonder why HIV is all over the place.
Man.
Because some guys would try to come out of garbage cans. Because you had the trustees that had the light sentences. They might have been there for child support or drive without on a suspended license. And they get some little couple month, in the jail. And they have a different color jumpsuit. And to make the time go by, they volunteer to be trustees, meaning that they'll sweep and mop. Or if you have an inmate that upchucks or something, they come and clean it up, or blood or whatever.
Or they traffic and trading.
Say it again?
Or they traffic and trading.
Yeah, exactly.
Trustees.
So the trustees, sometimes they weren't all trusting. But
Yeah.
the biggest thing that, like, they would wear gloves doing stuff. And when they're done, they might get another pair of gloves. They'll throw it in the garbage can. So the inmates are inside the day room, in their cells, dying to get to that garbage can. Because you know what? Those gloves were valuable to them. The gloves were thick, though. And why? They cut off the fingers, and that was their condom. So if you're eating something and you come out because you're coming from the nurse and they stand there for a second, they in the cell, yo, get that glove, man, get the glove that's in there. They're reaching in and take the glove, stick it in their jumpsuit, sell it off for some cookies or something. But you learn in those atmospheres to be just as slick as them and just watch everything. In the outside world, you don't miss a beat because you're conditioned. Even before I was working with them guys, I was mentally conditioned, things I've been through. Crazy world. There's a few minutes of a sign off, man. I want to do this every Saturday night, long ones like this.
Yeah, I'm
And what
gonna
I'm
get
gonna
off
do?
here too, man. I'm gonna get out of here and get some sleep and then wake up, relax. So I go to work.
Yeah, and I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, this is a
Um,
good show, man.
will you
Oh,
help to make it that way? And plus, everybody who's in here who is riding out with us. So just before I go, I'm gonna drop the link again. If anyone wants to say something on the way out, I'll let them come on in. But I'm gonna get up not too long from now because I'm 4 hours ahead of the East Coast, so it's 3:20 for me right now. And I want to do because a lot of times I can talk and talk and talk, but I need a little guidance. It's like playing handball or ping pong by yourself. You can't do it. You know what I mean? You need somebody to bounce back on with you. You know.
but hey, before I get out of here, I have one more question. I need your assistance. So,
Mm-hmm.
me being into the grassroots movement, Pan Africanism, you said be careful of the black boule. You say you can't tell who they are, but there's certain signs you can see, right? My question is
Yeah.
this. I read your article on the black boule. You said in order
Mm-hmm.
to avoid the black boule, you had to be prepared to live your life as a hermit, a recluse. Please elaborate on that.
Yes, because you're the one that's going to be approached.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a sign on their forehead saying, "I'm the boule. If you want to join," they always approach you and they always observe you before they approach you. And they'll
Mm,
approach you so innocently, but they want your energy. They want you in that thing for whatever reason. I don't know what the criteria is, but usually it's somebody that shows a lot of promise, young, shows a lot of promise, that they can mold and guide and insert themselves into your life. Is it a theft of your life force? In a way, but they have to keep bringing people in to boost them up. They can't just, okay, we have a cutoff point here. We don't need any more Masons or we don't need any more this or that or whatever. They're always going to approach you. They want to get to you before you come into your own to understand what the world is really all about. Not that you don't know, but they will reveal themselves and you play along with it. Not that you're going to get involved in anything, but they have to reveal themselves after a while. There's something I want to suggest to you. Maybe you want to, come along and check this out or whatever. They'll befriend you. They have to recruit new people, but they got to make a good choice. So they're usually on a job or in a neighborhood or where they can observe you from a distance that doesn't look suspicious. And I'm not saying you can't talk to anybody or you can't, but be careful what you reveal
mhm.
and, kind of live unpredictable. Don't let anybody see how predictable you can be. Like, you know, you got to go food shopping. You got to leave the house. You got to have a job. That's predictable, right? To a point. But they want to know more. They might hear the music you play. They might see a book that you're reading. They might see the kind of people that are around you that are decent also. We give away a lot of clues as to a private life. And I've learned if I really want to find out about people, I can find out so much. I'm just not like that. You could be in Walmart in the checkout line. I've said this before on the phone with a good friend of yours. Telling the friend, next week we're leaving Hawaii. We're going to be out there for a month. Thank God we have the neighbors to pick up the papers and we have the automatic lights that come on a certain time because nobody's going to be home. My uncle won't be able to be by the house. And there's somebody standing behind you that been following you. And you just told all your business. Or if they weren't following you, if they have that in them, they're going to follow your car to see where you live. Guys in the jail would tell me how they do their jobs. That's what they would call it, jobs. It's a crew of them. And they target different houses for those who do that. And part of the job is casing out the joint. Seeing how many people live in that house. They might be parked half a block down. They take turns, different shifts. They set it up good right now. They take their time. They see lights come on and look at what time. Oh, 10:38. But that's the last 3 nights that came on that time. And they know when to move in on you. So be careful what you put out. There were days that I was off and I'd put on my bus driver uniform and leave out the house. And I'm off.
Man.
You know, there are days I'm home and I'd put on Facebook, man, this traffic out here is rough today. And I had pictures of the particular intersection, and I would post them up. I go out of my way. If I think you're clocking me and I don't know you, it's a wrap.
It's kind of hard to do that. How do you know you're not being traced, like a GPS on your car or something like that? How do you know you're not being tracked or something?
Well, see, that's another thing. You just don't know. Sometimes you gotta leave your phone home and go somewhere.
Yeah,
or get one of those older phones, the Nokia phones, one of the older ones that all you can do is dial a number. That's all you can do. There's no smartphone aspect to it. Get one of those and get some simple service. I have one, you know, and your internet, all these things can be looked at. It's amazing. And they're going to be using Bluetooth in the, what's the ring light? If the internet goes down, they can still, the powers that be will still use that. Your house could be a mile away with a ring light. That's another one. And they're using your stuff so they can still get the communications through. I have a techie friend that I want to have come on one time and they can explain certain things better than I could.
Yeah.
But there is no more privacy. There is no more privacy. No more. No
That's
more.
scary, man. That's really scary. Someone can track you, know what you're doing, know what you're looking at, know what you're watching. That's scary, man.
Every keystroke. We somebody in China watching you put in your passcode, the keystrokes, everything. If you like midget porn, they know about it. Whatever you like, whatever you into, whatever you say. There is no more privacy on any level. I use a VPN to get into countries that, you know, or shield myself in my movement. That'll knock off maybe 95% of the amateuristic people. But these governments and powers that be, that stuff doesn't work, man. Your own computer, your own smartphone is listening to you. If you're doing anything unscrupulous in front of your computer, cover that camera.
Oh, that's what I did, man. On my old laptop, man, I covered because I heard Mark Zuckerberg did that to his laptop, and I was thinking, hold up, they can constantly. There's something always receiving. It'll be on your TV. It'll be on your smart TV. There's somebody watching you.
Exactly.
I'm like, holy crap.
Yep. They're watching everything.
Jesus.
Live cams. And it's being stored somewhere.
Oh,
and you
crap.
wonder, how can they have that much storage for all the people in the world? It's going to get worse when they have the cameras put out and stuff with the satellite and all that stuff. Come on now. You can flip a coin, heads or tail, throw it on the ground, and a satellite can tell you if it's heads or tail. There's no more privacy. See how China's all bulked up with daggone cameras in the metropolitan areas?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Tracy J said, please stop taking your phone to the bathroom with you. Exactly. Everybody gets a good laugh. Yep. You just don't know. This is a different world we're living in, and we're hypnotized by these phones. So a lot of things and things they put out to distract us, and the P. Diddy this and the that and this. And there's things that they're implementing with laws and things that are happening all over the world. They don't want the masses to know. It's there. And all of this distraction as a man with all these half-naked women, you know, dudes going in, I mean, look at something legit and go, whoa, let me see what this is. You know, exactly. Alexa, Siri. Exactly, Tracy. Mm-hmm. And we think, you know, we close and lock our doors. But what you talk about?
That Alexa and Siri be recording you. One time, you know, I have that Google. Oh, I say, hey, Google. So you know that little Google, you know that little thing. It's like a circle. The little Google machine they have.
Yeah.
Anyways, I have it right. It lights up. One time, man, I was chilling. I was walking around the house, and you know when it comes on, it's listening. So it's recording. So one time I was right there. I
Hmm.
wasn't saying nothing. I was walking around, and it came on. And I'm sitting right there, and I'm like, "What the heck?" It just came on. It's just, and so I'm like, "Hey Google," it didn't say nothing. I'm like, "What the heck?" I'm like, "Hey
Well, spot
Google," it
on,
didn't,
bro.
it didn't say nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. False sense of privacy. It's no more privacy. They can see through walls.
No problem.
They can see how many people are inside your house. You know,
Mm.
and stuff was available for many years ago. I remember back in the 80s, and I spoke about it. I even forgot the name, but I got the link. But they don't have it no more. Paladin Press, a website with these books that they would sell and videos that they would sell that were like over the top. Like some things were legit. How to clean up your finances. Some books were how to kill people, how to survivalist stuff, and just all range of stuff. And the people who really, and I ordered some books, but not with those titles because the FBI would be on you if you bought a book on how to kill somebody.
Yeah, they
So
will. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, there were bookstores in Manhattan that sold many of the books that were sold on Paladin Press. You saw on their Paladin Press. So they buy a crap load of books they thought they can resell, but they would sell it real expensive because they know they had you by the balls because you didn't want to, put an address and order from Paladin Press. I ordered from them with innocent stuff. It was one book, I forgot what it was, but I bought it and it was like $25 book, but it was like $65 in that store. And even then, you know, these days you buy something with a credit card, they still going to catch you. It's all tied in. And now the biggest thing now, like what happened to Umar Johnson being debanked. I never knew that term, debanked, where they freeze up all your stuff. And you have no access to it. It might even wipe it clean.
They can do that.
Mm-hmm. Imagine
Like, I
that.
mean, he probably got debanked because somebody will probably report it, but also he's probably gonna be in trouble for fraud, man. He's gonna probably get in trouble for fraud. He's been frauding people,
Yep. And taxes and stuff.
tax evasion, and all the a non-profit organization. Wait. You just say you're charging a tuition. That's a private organization. What are you talking about?
Yeah. And they're going to watch you for a while. They're not just going to jump on you. They're going to have records, and this might be the beginning of that part of things for him. Where it's like they're watching you, but it's not like speculation. But they have paperwork and they've been watching you, and that's that. But that's his world. I mean, my God. He does it the easy way. He picks up an Instagram and clicks a button, or picks up YouTube and clicks a button. I make banners and I go through the program and set it up. Today I'm on the phone. Tonight I'm on the phone. There's no way I would have been up like this and with the energy. I said, let me come lay down and do it this way. I'll do more like this, and I'll always show my face and stuff. But that's how a lot of guys get it in on their channel. They go to the phone. So I'm cool with that. Like this. As long as the sound sounds good. I mean, it does sound clear and everything, right?
It sounds clear.
Okay, yeah, I noticed that. So I'll do a lot more. I'll still do my other stuff, but I'll squeeze it in more. Like even sometimes I'll do something real short or something, but put it in. This is cool. I can rock like this. So y'all folks don't forget. Next Saturday, we're going to do it like this again. Might even start earlier. Put some hours in.
Yeah. All right, brother. Lance. I'm gonna sign out, man.
At least I still know I still have staying power verbally. Coming
Yeah,
about 5 hours. Yeah,
man.
real thank you, man. I really appreciate it. And if you want to come through next week, fine, let's do it.
Let's
Whatever
do it. Hope I'm
you,
not working.
Any topics that even if you don't come to the show, you say, hey, let's just touch on that. I'll do it. I'll start making a list all week and just let it flow. It's been very enjoyable. Yes.
All right, brother.
Yeah. Good night. I'm gonna sign off in a second, and I'm gonna sign off too and get some sleep. I don't have that artificial Dr. Umar energy because I don't take pills like that. So allegedly. But have a good night, brother. Thank you so much. Thanks for the support. All right. So there we have it. We'll bring back the good old days, these long conversations, free flowing. When I cover a topic, I'll cover a topic. But when it's like this is a laid back, chill out in the living room type thing and just talk. Jump in when you want. But next week when we do this, know that you can always come in and let's vibe and enjoy. And I know a lot of you are going to go to sleep and hit that sack. So I'm going to do the same thing too. So you will have a good night. And thank you so much for being here. Peace.